night 2, and night 2 actually looks bigger, if I'm going to be honest. Raw definitely looks bigger than tonight, but it doesn't mean that tonight is still not exciting. Tonight is very exciting, and we will get some answers tonight in regards to who's going to get drafted where from a certain list of eligible superstars. So for those of you that haven't heard, there is 2 lists. One list is for tonight, and the other list is for Monday. So I do have the list, which I can show you. So let me just bring that up on screen. I'm just going to leave it a second just because I can see there's people jumping in all the time as we are live. Hope everyone is well. Here is that list then. So I've got it on screen just above the chat at the moment. That is the list of superstars eligible for tonight. Now, what's really interesting is it seems like all the tag teams and the factions are listed together. So this is the proper list. So they've got Hit Row together. They've got Damage Control together. They've got Bloodline. Now, interestingly, Bloodline is Roman and Solo, which means that the Usos can get drafted to a different brand, but it doesn't look like Roman and Solo can be separated. It doesn't look like Maximum Male Models can be separated. It doesn't look like Gunther, Ludwig, or Giovanni can be separated. Doesn't look like Bailey, Io, and Dakota can be separated. It doesn't list them as individuals. It lists them as Damage Control, Maximum Male Models, Bloodline, Viking Raiders, the OC. So AJ, Luke Gallows. I mean, how interesting that Michin is in with the OC. We haven't seen her with the OC for quite a while. So we've got AJ, Luke Gallows, Carl Anderson, and Michin seemingly all listed as the OC. Then you've got Lacey, Matt Riddle, Drew McIntyre, Cody Rhodes. So, I mean, look, tonight is big because we're going to find out where Roman is going. And wherever Roman goes, that's obviously going to be seen as the A show, the big show. But bigger than that, anyone that goes to the other brand, they're the ones that are going to be eligible for the World Heavyweight Championship. So, I think, I mean, I've just quickly jotted this down. SmackDown, first picks. If they get to pick first, the way we've done it before is normally SmackDown gets 2 picks and then Raw gets 3. Raw always gets more because it's 3 hours rather than 2. So the way we've done it is we normally give SmackDown 2 picks and Raw 3 picks. So if we're going to go that way, I could see SmackDown. Listen, first pick you're having is Bloodline in it. I mean, not only is it just Roman, you get Solo Sikoa as well. So whoever you are, Raw or SmackDown, whoever gets the first pick, they're going Bloodline, okay? So I'm thinking they're probably going to have Bloodline and Cody as the first 2 picks because Cody's a top pick, and I don't think you're going to leave him for Raw to select. So my guess is Bloodline, Cody will be SmackDown's first picks. Then you look at it and go, well, who do Raw go after? Well, I think Raw here probably look at, I mean, I think maybe the biggest name male-wise, you could argue Bobby, you could argue Edge, but I think it might be Drew. You see, the thing with Edge is we know he doesn't have loads of time left in his career. So if I'm, the GM of Raw, that is definitely playing on my mind. Plus how much he's been away as well. So that's playing on my mind. So I'm definitely looking at this thinking, Edge, that's my concern. Bobby, for me, it'd be Bobby or Drew. Shinsuke's back. You could definitely do something with Shinsuke, but you got to build Shinsuke up, haven't you? You've got to build him up. And so there's going to be a little bit of work involved there. So, yeah, I'd be looking at Drew personally. And then I think Bianca and Becky are no-brainers, to be honest. I think Bianca and Becky are absolute no-brainers. I'll tell you why Becky's a no-brainer, because I feel very confident that we are going to see Seth drafted to Raw. I think Roman stays on SmackDown. And I think Seth goes to Raw because I think Seth's got a great chance of being that new World Heavyweight Champion. And so he will go to the other brand than Roman. And wherever Seth goes, Becky will go. They're in a relationship. They've got a kid. They always try to keep real life couples together. It's a big consideration when it comes to the draft. They don't separate real life couples. It causes too much drama. So I think that you could see Becky be a top pick tonight for Raw. And I think, look, Bianca's the champion. Bianca's got the belt. Bianca's arguably got the biggest belt on Raw at the moment because the other big title is the World Heavyweight title, and that hasn't been crowned yet. So I think I could see Raw going with Becky. I think they'll have Seth come Monday. I can see them going with Bianca because she's their champion. And then they do need a top male star. And again, just looking at that list, you can make an argument for Bobby. You could make a massive argument for Cody, but I think he's going to get picked up by SmackDown if they go first. Plus also, do we really want Cody going after this World Heavyweight title, which has got nothing to do with his dad? When he grew up as a kid dreaming of winning a world title, he weren't dreaming of this, right? So for me, the story's not right. So I can't see Cody go into a different brand from Roman. I think wherever Roman goes, Cody's going to go because I feel pretty good about Cody being the one to end this title run of Roman. And even though it didn't happen at WrestleMania, doesn't mean it can't happen at SummerSlam. So I feel pretty good about Cody going wherever Roman goes. So I think Bloodline Cody, they really feel like the two top SmackDown picks. There is no Rhea eligible tonight, so they don't need to worry about having to select her because she's the SmackDown Women's Champ. So they don't need to worry about drafting their female champ. They can just wait till Monday for that, which means if SmackDown do go first, it's got to be Bloodline Cody. It's got to be. So, and as I said, then that means you can put all the other pieces in place. So this is why we're starting early, because there's lots to get our teeth into, lots to talk about, lots of rumors and everything that's going on. It's a big one tonight. It is a big one. Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you're well. Hope you're excited for a big show. Says, hello, everyone, tonight. Shout out to you, Carlin, 1985, Gareth in the house. A lot of people in the house tonight. There's a lot of excitement I can see in the chat right now. Johnny saying hello as well. Bryson said Seth is one of the tops. Gary said The Miz is going to get drafted to Impact Wrestling. That'll be good. That'll be good for him. That'll give him the career resurgence that I think is so sorely needed. But yeah, he is a pick tonight. I mean, I was talking about the top picks, and I do feel like I've done The Miz a little bit of dirty there because, as I said, he is a pick tonight. He is very reliable. If ever you've got a Miz TV segment, they always feel like they're noteworthy segments. I mean, I don't know, maybe people disagree, but I don't feel like whenever there's a Miz TV, I don't ever think like, oh, I'll go and, get a drink or something, I'll skip this. It always feels like there's going to be something that's going to happen. There's going to be some significant moment. Like, they try to keep him around decent stories, him and Dexter Lumis last year, for example, that was a pretty big story. Obviously, he feuded quite a bit with Logan. We saw him against the Mysterios. We saw at the start of last year him and Edge as well. So he's always kind of around big names, The Miz. So, but as I said, is he really a top pick in a draft? Like, I don't think so. I really don't think so. You could make an argument for the OC. I mean, if you go for the OC, you're getting AJ Styles, Gallows and Anderson, and Meechin. I mean, honestly, if you're trying to build a roster, it's a pretty good starting point, isn't it? You're getting AJ Styles, Gallows, Anderson, and Meechin, apparently, if you go OC. I'd be real tempted if I was Raw to go OC as a top pick. Because you can't tell me AJ Styles is not a top superstar. Just because we haven't used him in that position for a while doesn't mean he's not a top superstar. Plus, you're getting a tag team for your tag division. Plus, you're getting a credible female, really great female, Mia Yim Michin, for your women's division. You know what I mean? As picks go, you're ticking off a lot of boxes there. Say top single star, top tag team, top female wrestler. It's not a bad pick, man. It's not a bad pick at all. Obviously, Gunther would be interesting, and maybe SmackDown would be looking to get him in very early, but I can't look past Cody and Bloodline for the first picks for SmackDown. If SmackDown go first, and I think they will, because it is SmackDown tonight, so I think SmackDown will probably get the first picks. Probably be that SmackDown goes first and Raw gets more. That's how they tend to do it. SmackDown gets 2 picks, Raw will get 3 picks. If SmackDown goes first, how is the first line not the bloodline? How is that? How are those not the first words that you say? Whether you're Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Impact Wrestling, MLW, if you're involved in the draft tonight and you get the first pick, surely the words you're saying are the bloodline. So I'm guessing SmackDown go first tonight. I'm guessing it's the bloodline. Then I think they get a second pick. I think they do get their second pick immediately after. And that's why I think they go Cody as well. So that's kind of where my head's at. Some interesting ones tonight, though. There are some interesting ones. It doesn't look like Street Profits can be split up. And it does say select NXT superstars as well. So it does imply, and no great surprise there, but it does imply that we should be seeing some NXT superstars getting called up tonight. Carlin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Very kind, super supportive from 1985 Gareth, who's always supportive, but saying have a great night. Oh, we will, buds. We will. I can't see how we're not going to. There's so many talking points. This really is a stream that we've been looking forward to now for weeks and weeks and weeks. Dare I say months? As there's been loads of questions about when's the draft. We thought it was last year, end of last year. Then we heard rumors it had moved until after the Royal Rumble. Then we had heard it had moved till after WrestleMania. I blame tonight on the reason why Raw after WrestleMania was so flat. A lot of people blame Vince. I don't blame Vince. I blame this because I honestly think the NXT call-ups that we didn't get, the big surprises that we didn't get, I think we didn't get them because they've been saved for this. I think it's all about this. I think this got in the way. I think this is where you get your NXT call-ups. This is potentially where we get people coming back from return. You know, there's big rumors about Big E. We don't know that we're going to see Big E tonight, but there are big rumors that he's cleared. He's been, I read an interview that he was back in the gym training 2 weeks after his injury. So he's been training for a long time. As we said, it was a very serious injury. He broke his, I think it was his C1 and his C3. So he did 2 of the plates, 2 of the bones in his actual spine. He managed to, I don't know if he broke or like dislocated them, but it was not good. And so obviously we have had, 12 months? I think it's been about 12 months now, recovery time. And we are fortunately at the point where it looks like he is ready to return. I've said it before. I still stand by it. Don't expect big things out of him to come back and boom, he's going to go after Roman. Boom, he's going after whoever. I really think that we're going to have to take our time because he's been away for so long. Wouldn't surprise me if we do put him in some tag matches, do kind of have him doing a lot of promos. Really don't have him doing that many matches to start off with and kind of work our way towards, what is rumored to be matches against Gunther, which apparently they are the long-term plans. So long-term, I don't know what time frame that is, but that's definitely a name that we could see tonight. No No spoilers there because it doesn't say that he's coming back tonight. There's nothing concrete that he's coming back tonight. But that's a name that's been doing the rounds. So, Carlin, 1985, Gareth, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Big shout out as well to Alfie, who's in the house. Alfie in the house, and I hope you're doing well, buds. I really appreciate the support. I want to make sure there was one that just disappeared there, and I hope that I've got them all. I've got Wrestle Buzz. Did I ever miss one? That would be pretty clever, like pretty special to miss a super chat already when we haven't really got like going yet. You know, a lot of people won't even know that we're live for this hour early. So yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. So Alfie, shout out to you. What is your picture, Alfie? Oh, it's a flying pear. Nice, like it. I like your flying pear, your super pear. And WrestleBuzz said, "Happy draft day. Do you see Bianca and Rhea swapping brands? If so, do you see them doing the simple swap of titles like they did in the last draft?" Oh, I hated that. I really hated that. I'm someone that, I mean, I just think that you fight for these belts. And you know, these belts have a lineage, they have a history. We like to talk about, like, you know, this person being the 50th champ, the 51st champ, whatever it might be, how long they've had the title for, you know. I mean, we're talking about Romans coming up to 1,000 days, title reign, and, you know, all these little stats and facts and records, and they're things that fans love and enjoy. You know, fans love to rank fighters and reigns and how long's Roman's title reign, blah 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 blah. So the idea of seeing two champs just swap belts over and swap lineages, and it's like, I'm the SmackDown Women's Champ now. I was the Raw, but now I'm the SmackDown because it, you know, just works better for us this way. It's like, ugh, don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. There must have been a better way of doing it. Lineage wise, I don't even know how that works. I mean, I can't even remember who did it now. I was just so appalled. I think was it Becky and Bianca? I think Becky and Charlotte. Do you remember the belt got thrown on the floor? Oh my God. Do you remember that? Becky and Charlotte in the ring, and they went to like hand the belt over, and I think Charlotte had one on her for some reason, and she ended up dropping the belt to the side, kind of like, pick this up. You want this? Pick it up. And drop the belt. Oh my God, the whole thing was so offensive. No wonder I can't remember who was involved. I've blocked it from my brain. Oh, I hated it. Do I think we'll see it again? Probably. Just to annoy me. No, I hope not, to be honest. I hope not. I just don't think there's a need for it. I understand that, you know, you might want to put certain people in certain places, but there's other ways of doing it. I don't think we will. The reason why I say that is because I think that Judgment Day are good on... Wow, I say that, actually. You've got me thinking now, because in my head, I've had Judgment Day go into SmackDown for quite a while because of Rhea being there. So in my head, Judgment Day to SmackDown, done. But thinking about it, this World Heavyweight title really does change some things, because Finn Balor is a name that I would say is in the running for it. So if Roman stays on SmackDown, that means that Finn should go to Raw, and that would surely mean Judgment Day go to Raw. So we're either going to take Rhea out of Judgment Day, or we're going to have to swap champions. And really, what is keeping Bianca on Raw? Wherever Bianca goes, Street Profits will go. Wherever Bianca goes, Montez will go. As we said, that is, I've seen interviews, right, with Bruce Pritchard, who has said whenever they sit down and do a draft, they always take real life couples into consideration. This isn't a myth. It's not a theory. It's a fact. They actually do take real life relationships and couples. Not if they're dating. Forget that. I'm talking about if they're engaged, if they're married, if they've got kids, all that kind of stuff, right? So Becky, Seth will look to be kept on the same brand. Montez, Bianca will look to be kept on the same brands. Maybe Emma and Madcap, not so much, right? Maybe Emma and Madcap, do you know what I mean? That doesn't really matter what we do with those guys. But that's a really interesting one, actually, because in my head, as I said, all along I've been thinking, yeah, Judgment Day to SmackDown, put her with Rhea. Rhea and Dominic are so good together. I thought Rhea, when she was standing up to Solo the other week on Raw, that was so much fun. That was just fun. And you can see that it still works, her being in that group, even though she's a women's champ with loads of responsibility. It still works, her being in that group. Like, just because she's gone off and achieved some solo success doesn't mean that we still can't tell the Dominic Rhea story. Doesn't mean that she still can't be a thorn in the side of other factions if they're feuding with Judgment Day, so on, so on, so on. So in my head, I was like, yeah, Judgment Day to SmackDown. But as I said, Finn Balor has got to be in the running for that championship. And we know that that's going to the other brand to Roman. I feel really good Roman stays on SmackDown. I feel really good Roman stays on SmackDown. I think it works for Roman. I think it works for Fox. I think, USA Network might want him, but they've got this new championship now. They've got this world heavyweight championship now. So we can now crown a new world champion, and that can go over to Raw. So I feel pretty good about Roman staying on SmackDown. And yeah, you've definitely got me thinking. Because unless Roman goes to Raw, which he could do, but then that means that this big, because it feels pretty big, this world's title tournament or whatever they're doing to crown a new world champion, like that feels like something that should play out on Raw and should play out on the 3-hour show rather than the 2-hour show. So, because I think there'll be a lot of people going for it. And so that means that you're going to have a stacked roster, and a stacked roster says Raw to me. So, interesting though. Good question. I just hope we don't see them switch titles around, because that was awful. Absolutely awful. Shakeem, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Hope you're excited for tonight. Days Trish can be drafted as well. I haven't seen to be honest, haven't paid any attention to the Monday list. I do have it. Is her name on there, is it? Hang on, I've got the Monday list. Yes, Trish, Monday. So, I don't have it queued up, Monday's list, but I do have it in front of me. I can quickly read through it for you. So, on Monday is Akira Tozawa, Alpha Academy, Asuka, Theory, Corbin, Strowman and Ricochet, Lesnar, Bronson Reed, Cedric Alexander and Shelton Benjamin, Charlotte Flair, Dana Brooke, Elias, Emma, Johnny Gargano, Judgment Day, which is Finn, Priest, Dominic, not Rhea, right? Karrion Kross, Kevin Owens and Sammy are together. I mean, that's a hell of a pick, in it, for someone getting both of them. LA Knight, Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez. Obviously, the current women's tag champ, so it does make sense. But again, quite the pick. You're getting 2 top women there. Los Lotharios, LWO. I mean, LWO, you're getting Rey Mysterio, Santos Escobar, Cruz del Toro, Joaquin Wilde, and Zelina Vega. Hell of a pick. Nikki Cross, Piper Niven, Rhea Ripley, Rick Boogs, Riddick Moss, not Madcap Moss. Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler. Amazing. Seth Rollins, Shotzi, Tamina, Tegan Nox, the Brawling Brutes, New Day, doesn't say Biggie, just Kofi and Xavier. Usos, Trish, Xia Li, and select NXT superstars. So we've got Becky tonight. We don't have Lita anywhere. So there's no Lita. I know she got jumped and they lost the belts. So seemingly, is that it? Like, that's it. If she comes back, she's just going to get, a few appearances. It's interesting, isn't it? There is definitely, it is interesting as to who you can draft, who's not mentioned. As I said, I think one of the big interesting things is the fact that all these teams are together and they're not listed like individually. I mean, they did say that teams can be split up and all this kind of stuff, but then they've listed the Street Profits as one pick, and they've listed. I mean, like, why would you list Roman and Solo and not the Usos? I mean, I'm sure they'll use that in storyline, in all fairness. I'm sure we'll get an answer on that. And we know that Roman has been getting impatient with the Usos. So, I mean, it could be something that Roman has requested. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that it does need explaining because the bloodline is the Usos as well. So, I'm sure the Usos have got questions about that as much as we do. Kappa, shout out to you, bud. Said, Days, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Hope we see Lacey Evans. I always hope we see Lacey Evans. I don't think, is Lacey on the list tonight or Monday? I think tonight. She's on tonight, so she should get drafted tonight. Whether we see her or not, to be honest, I haven't seen a breakdown of tonight's show. Normally I watch the official preview, but I would be doing that now. And I obviously have started early, so I haven't seen the official preview for tonight. We do have a tag title rematch, though, in all fairness. Sammy and Kevin taking on the Usos. Could see those titles go back to the Usos, you know. I don't think we're going to get a long-term title reign out of Sammy and Kevin. I don't think it's the best way to use those two, having them in a tag team and having a long reign. Equally, it could easily be that they retain because that would be short. They won them at the start of the month to drop them at the end of the month, 4 weeks, not even that later. That would be a short reign. So it could go either way, that one, to be honest. Probably if I was a betting man, I'll say they retain. I'd say they retain. But it's one of those matches, what with it being the draft, where we could just be like, okay, we told that story. They had their moment. They main evented WrestleMania. Time to move on to something else now. Put the belts back onto the Usos. And then that frees up Sammy and Kevin to tell some new stories for the summer, which would be great in my book, as long as they're great stories, of course. But yeah, Lacey, she's getting drafted tonight, so I think there's probably a good chance we do see even an image. Even if she's not actually there, you might get an image. What do you think of Xavier Woods for the World Heavyweight Championship? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that just because I think you've got to work quite hard to make this belt seem like it's not a B belt. You got to work hard to make sure that people know this is a legit title and it's not just the runner-up belt, the participation awards. It's not just we couldn't beat Roman, so we created this for the roster awards. And to be honest, I don't see Xavier as being a world champion. I think that you could tell a story to get him there, but we're crowning the new champ at Night of Champions. We don't have loads of time because I think Night of Champions is only a few weeks. I don't think it's that far past Backlash. So it's not like there's loads of time. So I think whoever the first person that gets it, they should be someone that's kind of in consideration for being a world champion. Like a Seth Rollins makes perfect sense. An AJ Styles makes perfect sense. Finn Balor, he was the first Universal champion. You could make the argument that he is maybe not seasoned enough to carry that belt, but he is credible. He is a former world champion. He is someone that the fans gravitate towards. He's got the demon character. I think Judgment Day, even though it was a bit wobbly at the start, I think since they added Dom, certainly when they added Rhea, but more when Dom came on and we got the Rhea and Dom relationship, that group just went to a different level. So I think there's some momentum there. I think in regards to Xavier, I've got no problem with him going on to be a world champion, but I just don't think there's much momentum there. I mean, him having solo matches, it feels like he's only having solo matches because there's no Kofi. There's an injury to Kofi, so we can't do New Day stuff, right? And it doesn't feel like they have looked at him as a serious solo star, right? It looks, I mean, from what we've heard, him getting into a bit of a feud with Gunther and going after the Intercontinental title, that's going to lead to Imperium against New Day. So again, it doesn't even feel like they're looking at this current time as an opportunity. Because you could look at this right now and say, well, there's no Biggie. There's Kofi's out for a little bit. Not long, but he's out for a little bit. And let's see what we can do with Xavier, you know? But it doesn't feel like they're doing that. I think we've just got so many options that it's just a bit crowded, isn't it? So it's one of them. I think there will be an Xavier moment where the fans are like, yeah, I'd love to see him go for it. I'd love to see him get that world title. We saw the Kofi Mania moment, for example, but I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like the fans are there. I'm not there. I'm not in that mindset of, yeah, it's, you know, I'd love to see Xavier do it. I don't really feel that. I don't know why. I think it's because I just see him as a tag team guy, and you know, he needs to find his own feet, and he needs to have a bit of a run as a solo star maybe first, and then because we've seen a few matches obviously with injury, but it feels like we're only seeing this because of injury, and I mean, I don't watch Up Down Down, so I don't have any emotional connection to him from that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really feel much for Xavier. Sorry. He is someone that I'm sure has got his fans, but I see him as just a good, credible tag team person. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a push, a clamor for him to win a world title in the future, though. Because people, you know, if you've been around a long time and people don't feel like you've had opportunity, people, you know, get behind you then. Like, if they feel that you're underappreciated, you know, like people felt for Naomi, and like you've seen a little movement for Dana Brooke recently with people taking those signs saying, give Dana Brooke a chance. If people feel that you're underappreciated, not getting your opportunities, then there will be people that want to see you get that push. But, yeah, I'm not quite there with Xavier personally, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a bit of a movement in the future for him. But Sam said, Bray and Howdy not in the draft. What are your thoughts? Not surprised, to be honest, because rumors are they're not cleared. So I would have been more surprised had they have been in the draft. We did comment on it when the graphic was shown and they weren't on the graphic. But we said at the time, it's like, it's one of them. It's newsworthy that they're not on the graphic, but it would have been newsworthy if they were on the graphic, because if they were on the graphic, that's WWE's way of saying, surely they're ready to come back. Surely they're eligible and, you know, we're ready to get going with them. And we haven't seen them for months. It's been a while. I don't think we've seen Bray since February. Right? I'm sure the attack that Uncle Howdy did on Bobby, I think that was the start of March. But actually seeing Bray, I don't think we've seen him till February. So it's been a while. It really has been a while. So yeah, it's one of those. If he was on the graphic, it would have been noteworthy. If he was eligible to be drafted, it would have been noteworthy because it would suggest that he's ready to come back. If he's not on the graphic, it's noteworthy because obviously everyone then starts speculating, you know, what's going on, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, it's one of those. It's noteworthy either way. But what I would say is there's every chance that we get a surprise. I mean, we've spoken quite a bit about Big E coming back and he is rumored to be returning. So we could be seeing Big E tonight. Even if we don't see Big E, there's a chance we get Bray. There's a chance we see Alexa. There's a few that could return. I mean, I don't know where we are with Randy. From the last I heard about Randy, he is, you know, he was meant to be at WrestleMania. We thought we were going to be seeing him. We turned out to not see him, of course. He is apparently not not ready to return to the ring, but he could return to WWE. So he would probably do promos, and he would probably be like in Riddle's corner and, you know, things along those lines. But actually him wrestling matches, I don't think we're quite there yet. So I don't know. That's not a name that I'm expecting. I'm not expecting to see Randy, but Big E is definitely a name that I could see us seeing. And honestly, if we got Bray or Alexa, Uncle Howdy, we could definitely see them. Definitely see them. So I think, you know, WWE are going to want some surprises as well. Obviously, a lot of the surprises, I'm guessing, are going to come from NXT, where people will get called up, you know, and we'll get people coming to the main roster for the first time. Lots of talk around Tyler Bate. Lots of talk. Keep seeing his name in so many reports that Tyler Bate is on his way. Again, not concrete, not a spoiler. I have no idea if he is someone that's coming up, but Tyler Bate keeps getting mentioned. It might not be the worst idea, you know, because I don't like what we're doing with Pete Dunne, right? I think the whole Butch thing is awful, and I think there's things we can do that are way better. And if one of those things was Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate as a tag team, British Strong Style with Trent Seven, of course, but either way, you could put them two together and get like a really good team out of those two, and that would be a decent starting point. So I'd be down for that. I know people like Sheamus. I think they like the Brawling Brutes, but I think Pete Dunne deserves better, to be honest. I think he deserves his name back. And if you think about the fact he was one of the longest reigning NXT UK champions, had banging matches in main events of NXT UK takeovers, and what we're doing now is he's kind of a sidekick as part of some faction, and he's called Butch, and we can do better there. So, yeah, maybe that's part of the thinking for Tyler Bate, is that he comes up and does something with Pete Dunne, and, you know, we do something there maybe. Because he hasn't been in NXT that long, Tyler Bate, so it does feel a bit fast to kind of call him up. Does feel a bit quick. So, yeah, I am interested in seeing if that is one that's going to come through or not. Oh, the other news as well, a couple of bits. Draft rooms tonight, apparently. There's going to be rooms where I don't know if the drafted people go to those rooms or if there's just going to be executives in those rooms. We spoke before about how USA Network had a room last time and how Fox had a room. And basically you had the Fox robot in the one room, and you had like load of people from USA Network in the other. And then they were like, I'll never forget the Fox robot celebrating like his team had just won the Super Bowl when it was announced that they'd drafted the Lucha House Party. So they would be like, SmackDown drafts the Lucha House Party. And then you cut to the room where you've got all these executives around laptops. And in the background, you've got the Fox robot thing going, yeah. Come on. We got Lucha House. Take that, Raw. Take that. Oh, we know how much you wanted the Lucha House Party. Well, we've got them. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Friday. Come on down, it's Friday. Party and yeah. Party and yeah. I hope we get scenes like that. I want scenes like that. I want them to celebrate drafting Elias or Akira Tozawa, and I want to see the robot freaking out. There are normally some wild scenes when it comes to the draft. So, there's draft rooms and apparently a podium as well. And there's rumors of Teddy Long player being involved, but then there's rumors of quite a few cameos. So I would expect Teddy would come out and he'll be like, holla, 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 all this, you know, let's get ready to do the draft. And then maybe Adam Pearce comes out and he's like, what are you doing, Teddy? You don't even work here. Something along those lines, you know. I don't think that Teddy's coming back to be an active GM or anything. I believe it's just be a cameo. But apparently there'll be a few cameos tonight. Ryan Gambler, shout out to you, says, hello, Days. But Raw's first pick, I think, will be Seth. What's your prediction? They can only pick from this list. Apparently, this is the list for tonight, so there's no Seth tonight. I think that Raw's first pick will be... See, I'm doubting myself now because I want to say Bianca. Bianca is the name on the edge of my lips because Bianca is their female champion. She's arguably the biggest champ they've got. Who's the other champ they've got? Austin Theory. You can't even draft him tonight, all right? They don't have a world champion. Roman's got both of them belts. So, and as I said, I think that SmackDown will pick first, and I think that they will draft Bloodline, so I don't think they can have Roman anyway. So... who's your next biggest champion? Your next biggest champion is Bianca Belair. So I think that Bianca stands a good chance, a really good chance of getting drafted first. I also think Becky stands a good chance of getting drafted first, but it'd be a bit wild to draft Becky first and not Bianca. I mean, unless you're going to make a bit of a story out of that. The reason why drafting Becky first makes sense is, as we said, I think they're going to want Becky just anyway, but also because I think, yeah, you're right. I think Seth will go to Raw. I think he'll get drafted to Raw on Monday. And we keep saying wherever they can keep couples together, they'll keep couples together. I also think the optics look pretty good to draft a woman first as well, you know? So if SmackDown's going to go big with Bloodline and Cody, well, Raw responds by drafting Becky and Bianca, you know? It's just good optics. I do think they need a big male star, and if you take, and we said this at the start, if you take Bloodline and you take Cody out of that list that you can see on screen, then who is the biggest star left after that? Because Bobby is in the running. I would say Drew is in the running. I'd say Edge is in the running. Maybe Shinsuke, if you're willing to put that work in. Those would be the names that would come to my mind. So we could see Bianca, Becky, Bobby if they get 3 picks. We could see Bianca, Becky, Drew. And that's actually the one I went for, was Bianca, Becky, Drew. We could see Bianca, Becky, Edge. We could see Bianca, Edge, Drew, and Becky gets left till the second round. We could see that. But yeah, to be honest, I mean, once you get past that first round of picks, it does start to get a little bit thin. I mean, Damage Control, in all fairness, would be a great pick, wouldn't it? Damage Control would be interesting because you're getting Bayley, Io, and Dakota. So that's a good pickup for someone. So maybe you go Bianca, Drew, Damage Control. Maybe you go like along those lines. But yeah, no Seth tonight, unfortunately. That's Monday. But Darwin said, I'm looking forward to the SmackDown draft tonight. It's going to be a big show. I'm hoping to see the NXT roster and AJ return tonight after he had a bad foot injury 2 months ago. Yeah, AJ's on the list, so we are expecting to see AJ. OC are an eligible draft, and AJ is listed. AJ was also on the graphic for the draft as well, so that's one that WWE seemingly were quite happy for fans to know about. But as I said, I think there's a great chance we do get some surprises. I really wouldn't be surprised if we saw Bray. The only thing that kind of changed my mind there was the fact that we did hear a report not long ago saying there was no creative plan for Bray, and creative were told as soon as he's cleared, you'll know about it. And someone that knows creative knows they have not been told about it. So that definitely puts a seed of doubt that we'll see Bray tonight. There's been no teases or anything either as well. And I do wonder if when he comes back, would we get some? I mean, you'd think they'd want to hype this up as much as they could. If Bray was going to be here, it'd be nothing to do a QR code on like Raw or something. So maybe the lack of that as well is just another little doubt in my mind. But who knows? Honestly, expect the unexpected. Tonight is a big, big night. Mitchell, shout out to you, bud, said, I'll be in and out tonight because the NFL draft is also on, which I think will hurt WWE ratings. I hope that AJ gets drafted tonight. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're telling me the NFL draft is tonight, then I can't think that a coincidence. You know, they did a World Cup when the World Cup was on, and now they just happen to be doing a draft when the NFL draft's on. And I think that's what, I think that's a strategy that means that if you go on social media and you type in the words draft, then you're going to be forced to see a load of WWE posts, WWE content. It's free advertising if you think about it. Same as like when it was the World Cup and they just happened. I mean, it was just coincidence, but they just happened to do a SmackDown World Cup. They haven't done one for years and years and years and years and years. And it was so strange that they were doing it at the exact same time as the FIFA World Cup. Bizarre, just really weird, isn't it, how these things happen? And now here we are with the WWE draft and an NFL draft. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird how it comes around. But joking aside, I think it is obviously a strategy. And it's, I think, so that when you go on social media, when you go on Google, when you go on the internet, when you search for these things, you put in draft, you put in World Cup, then there will be WWE posts, WWE content that is shown to people that were not looking for it, and it's just free advertising, basically. It's clever. it's clever. Will it hurt them ratings wise tonight? Maybe. I don't know. It's going to be a big show, innit? It's going to be a big show. And internationally, like, I don't know how many people care about the NFL draft in America and the American ratings. That'll be interesting. But I think you're right. In like when you say that you'll be in and out. I think that's probably what a lot of people will do tonight. If you're a WWE fan, this is definitely one that you don't want to miss as well. So I could see there being people bobbing in and out of both and keeping an eye on both situations. So, don't know, we'll see. But Mitchell, have a great night. I hope whatever team you support gets the players that you're hoping for, my friend. I was trying to think then of like a football star, and I can't think of any other than Tom Brady. Tom Brady and William the Refrigerator Perry, and that's about it. Oh, and Lawrence Taylor, and that's about it. I hope you get one of those. Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you. Bud said, Days, will Gable Steveson be drafted? I don't think so, Bud. It would be fun if he was, because, I mean, he's been drafted before. It's a tradition. So we could do it again, just for lols. But I don't think so, because obviously he's made noise about going to the Olympics next year. And so I've got to think that he's just in full-on training mode now and not in pro wrestling mode. So I think whatever agreement they've got is probably temporarily on hold. Let him do the Olympics thing, get that out of his system. Hopefully, if he wins gold, which hopefully he will, then that'll mean that he's got some momentum coming in. It's a hell of a gamble, though, because if he doesn't win gold, his stock goes down. You know, yes, he is an Olympic gold medalist, but that was back in, 2021? So, and he won't have won it at the most recent games, and that's what people will care about the most, you know? WWE could go and get the gold medal winners from Paris in 2024, I'm sure, if they give him enough money. So, you know, someone that won in 2021... I always remember a conversation that Vince had with Mark Henry. Mark Henry was the world's strongest man, and legitimately he was the world's strongest man in the sense of he could lift more weight than anyone else. Like, he broke records and he was the world's strongest man. And he said to Vince, because things were going a bit stale, he said, like, I want to go back into competition. I want to win the world's strongest man award again. And Vince was like, okay, but if you do that and you don't win, I don't have a job for you, because I can't do anything with the second strongest man in the world, right? You've either got to be the strongest oh, I can't do anything. So it was really weird. Vince was happy for Mark Henry to not go and continue just saying he was the world's strongest man. But it was a problem if he was going to actually go into the competition and not succeed. And it does make sense, doesn't it? Because he can live off being the world's strongest man forever because he did break the records. And if the record gets broke again, whatever, you know, at one point you was the world's strongest man. But if you go into competition, it's always about what have you done for me lately? What's the last thing you did? And so I always remember Mark Henry telling that story about how Vince said, if you do go into that competition and you don't win it, there ain't no job for you because I can't do anything with the second strongest man in the world. Which is a bit harsh. Do you know what I mean? Because if you're the second strongest man in the world, still pretty strong, ain't you? So yeah, it could be an interesting situation for Gable Steveson if he goes back to the Olympics. If you don't win golds, you know, can we advertise him as a gold medalist still? I mean, I'm sure we can, but it will have a bit of an asterisk next to it. He ain't the reigning gold medalist. And people will have seen him lose at some point at the most recent Olympics, which has got to damage his stock. You know, so I think it's a real gamble. I really do. I don't know that this is a wise move by Gable Steveson at all. So I don't know. Hopefully, if he goes and he wins gold again, and then he's a double gold medalist, right? And then we've got an even bigger star. So don't know. He's gone for it. Go big or go home. William said this draft means nothing. Because it's planned names. It should be on a wheel and spun. Hashtag draft of death wheel. That'd be wild, wouldn't it? Imagine that. Like, you spun the wheel. You got Akira Tozawa, Dana Brooke, and the other brand was getting Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes. Imagine that. Imagine all the big marquee talent goes to one brand. And all the talent that struggles to get on TV or gets bad storylines, whatever, they all go to the other brand. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see all the big names go to, say, SmackDown. And then, like, we're left with Akira Tozawa, Dana Brooke, Elias, Riddick Moss on Raw. Ratings would be atrocious. They'd be horrific. But I'd love to know how they'd book it, what they would do. Who would they push? How would they push them? What segments would we get? Would someone have a talk show? Who would be the dominant faction or the dominant force? Would they create new teams? Would they create new factions? Who would be the face of Raw going forward if we was to do that? Like, I'd love to see it. It'd be horrific from a business point of view, though. Horrific. But Triple H buried Roman during the unveiling of the championship. Do you think he was sowing seeds for a future Bloodline Corporation angle, says Theo? No, I don't think he buried him either. Because he said that he would do the same. He's like, Roman has negotiated himself. What Roman did was, what Triple H did was he didn't bury him, but he basically was trying to tell you Roman works Roman's schedule. He's a heel, you know, he's a heel who's very important to us, and he's got us over a barrel. So I don't think it was burying him, because Triple H did also say, if I was in his position, I'd do the exact same thing. So I don't think we're planting any seeds for Bloodline and like Corporation. I don't think that he was burying Roman. I think he was being, to be honest of the situation. And it's a difficult one to explain, really, because why are you introducing a new world title? You've got two, and they're both on Roman. So why are you introducing a new title? I mean, really, you're over a barrel. What can you say? What can you say? Like, what can you say? You can't say Roman's got the belts, no one can beat him, because then you're burying the title. Then you're burying the title, aren't you, before the title's even got going? You're saying no one can beat Roman, so we've just had to create this, to be honest, right? Like, the network wants a title, and we can't get this one off Roman. He's too good, and he doesn't fight that often, so we've had to come up with this. you can't really say that. You can't bury the title that way. So, yeah, I didn't take it as a burial of Roman. I took it as just being very honest as to where we are. And where we are is Roman only works selected dates. And to be honest, people have had opportunity to get the belt off him, and they haven't done it. You know, Sammy didn't do it. Cody didn't do it. Drew didn't do it. Ray hasn't done it. Kevin Owens at the Rumble didn't do it. The Raw locker room could have got together and dealt with the bloodline. And seemingly, we've seen people close to winning had it not been for the bloodline. So, you know, in many ways, it's the Raw roster's own fault that they've not been able to work this out. I mean, it's staggering. Don't you think it makes Cody look stupid that he went to the main event of WrestleMania, right? The biggest match of his career, and he had, well, I'm hoping he had a word with Sammy and Kevin and said to them, can you help deal with the Usos? And they did. But he seemingly had no plan for Solo Sikoa and no plan for Paul Heyman, right? If you're a champion, you're not only meant to be like, you know, physically the best, right? Because you could make the argument physically the best would be Bobby or Brock, right? So it's not just about being physically the strongest. It's about intelligence as well. And, you know, where's the strategy? Where's the plan to deal with the bloodline? I mean, in all fairness to Drew, I'm going to give Drew some credit. He dealt with the bloodline in the sense of he managed to wipe out Sammy, and I think he wiped out the Usos as well. I don't remember them being involved in the main event at Clash at the Castle. I feel like Tyson Fury dealt with Austin Theory's cash-in. There wasn't Sammy. I don't believe there was Usos. He had everything sorted. The only thing that he didn't have sorted, you could say Paul Heyman. Heyman doesn't tend to get involved too much. Perhaps he just thought, I can deal with that, right? But Solo didn't factor for Solo, did he? And like, in all fairness, I can understand that being an oversight. I can understand Solo because he hasn't been part of the group. So I can understand Solo not being factored in for. But like, you know, Sammy should have thought of something more. He didn't have anyone watching his back. Cody should have thought of something more. You know, the idea that you would go into that match with Roman and just not be prepared for the bloodline just makes you look a bit stupid, to be honest. So I kind of think that if we are about to, it's interesting that the Usos are not with Roman, and it's Roman and it's Solo. You know, that does certainly tease that we're going to separate them because all the other groups are listed together. So why would you have Usos and Solo unless you're just going to use it for a bit of a storyline? Unless you're going to use it as a little bit of a talking point, like, are they going to separate them? And it's something to keep an eye on, kind of a thing. Tune in on Monday to see if the Usos get drafted to SmackDown with Roman or whatever it might be. Could be a little storyline thing, and they do go to SmackDown. But equally, they've given themselves an opportunity to go in a different direction. LA Dark Knight said, did you see the Manchester crowd sing Seth's theme? I didn't know. I saw people talking about it, but I've seen people singing his theme. I'm sure they sung it. I'm sure they sung it for a long time. I didn't watch it. That theme does my head in, actually. It's a bit like Judas. Like, everyone loves it. Everyone sings it. But it's just annoying. I just find it annoying. I think it's a little bit of a problem because we have actually spoken about how what is over. Is Seth over? Or is Seth's theme over? Like, what is over? I mean, it looks good to the executives, doesn't it? You know, certainly looks good with people being so engaged with Seth's theme. And I think his shirt has got like the oh kind of on it as well. So maybe that has translated into merch sales for him as well. But I wish we were talking about banging Seth matches and great Seth feuds rather than his flipping theme song, right? Which just seems to be one of the only things people talk about when it comes to Seth now. So yeah, I feel sorry for him. You know, he was involved in a short little feud with Logan. He did a little thing at the end of last year with Riddle. He's obviously had to put over Cody 3 times last year at pay-per-view. And in all fairness, those matches were great. They were great. But I wasn't crazy about the Riddle matches. His match with Logan was fun for what it was, but I don't think that's something that's, a career highlight. Maybe people would disagree and say that it was just a big WrestleMania fun match and whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I know that he's frustrated. I know that he sees himself as the face of this company and he wants to be in that position. He wants to be a world champion and all that kind of stuff. But to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if the fans are talking about that or if they're just so focused on his theme song. So I don't know. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, and it's a bit of a blessing and a curse, really. I mean, I saw that video. Again, I didn't watch it, but I saw it went on for like a minute and a half. So that's like a minute and a half of, I'm guessing, him just standing there maybe whilst people sing his song. I'd get really frustrated with it. I've said before, it reminds me a lot of that episode of The Simpsons where Bart has got a catchphrase and they constantly keep saying, like, do the line. And, like, you know, he wants to talk about other things. He wants to show that there's more to him than just the catchphrase. But they're like, no, do the line. And I think the line was something like, I didn't do it. And he does it, and that's all anyone wants. I do just worry that this is where we are with Seth. People go and see Seth, and they just go to sing the song whilst he stands there. And then, you know, what match did he have? Who did he face? Was it good? No idea. All I know is that Manchester sung his song for a long time, which is kind of the point. That's my point, you know. I don't know who he faced. I don't know how good the match was. I don't know if he tried out any new ring gear, any new moves, or anything like that. All I know is that Manchester sung his song for a minute and a half. Aaron says, hoping to go all in. Excited for tonight, player. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. It's there are rumors that we are going to be seeing Teddy Long tonight. And we are expecting to see a few cameos tonight, actually. We are expecting to see a few cameos. And I think, look, they're going big tonight. Apparently, we've got a podium, we've got draft rooms, we've got cameos. We're expecting some NXT call-ups. There's a lot that we've got to shoehorn into just a couple of hours because we know that we've got matches as well, of course. One of them being that tag title rematch. So, yeah, there's lots to look forward to tonight. I'm always honest, though, with what I think, and I genuinely think that the list on Monday is bigger and might be more seismic with what actually happens. I feel like tonight is going to put some big pieces in place. Like tonight, we know where Roman goes. So we'll know what brand gets the World Heavyweight Championship. We'll know where Bianca goes. If Bianca goes to SmackDown, for example, like, you know, what happens? What are we going to do? Is it going to be a belt swap? Blah, 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 blah. You know, could we see the US title go to SmackDown? Could Gunther and Imperium get drafted to Raw? Right? I feel like tonight's going to be big and it's going to have big moments, big talking points, but the list is longer for Monday, unsurprisingly, and there's some big names on Monday. Big names. And we know that the Usos are listed as separate. We know that Seth is on Monday. Judgment Day, I believe, are on Monday. There's a lot of big names for Monday. So this isn't a case of like we do the top picks tonight and then Monday is just like the lower down rest. They haven't done it that way. They don't do it that way. What tonight is it's some of the big names and then some of the mid-card, low-card kind of people. And then Monday is more big names, mid-card, low-card. And they've just like tried to say, I don't know how they have come up with the list, to be honest. I don't know how they've decided we'll do these on Friday, these on Monday. But Yeah, this is where we are. It's not even like the SmackDown roster tonight and then the Raw roster on Monday. They haven't even done it that way because Bianca and Becky and Damage Control, they're all eligible tonight. So, and they're Raw superstars. So yeah, I don't know how they've come up with these lists, but yeah, both days. It is worth mentioning that because we haven't said that. Both days, this and Raw, are both, massive. So, but as we said, that list on Monday is bigger. Alfie said, enjoy. I'm going to crack open a drink and sit back. I hope you managed to find some out of this, which makes you happy. Alfie, shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, sit back, relax. This is going to be one that's going to just be so much information. There's going to be, honestly, I know I say this all the time about my, because I've started to recap the shows in a minute. I really love doing them. I love the challenge of trying to do them. And I enjoy making the videos, which I think always helps. And I've started to do that now. So after Raw, SmackDown, NXT, I always recap what happens. I'm aware there's people that have to, sleep, get up to work, might not get a chance to watch the show. Here's everything you've missed in a minute. Love it, right? I keep saying I don't know how I'm going to summarize. I genuinely don't know how I'm going to summarize tonight because, where's that list again? There's 30 odd stars or whatever. Going to need to let people know. Even just telling people where these people have gone and what brand they've gone to, that will be longer than a minute. So I actually don't know how I'm going to sort the thing tonight. I might have to do the actual draft part of it in a separate video. But yeah, that's tonight's list for people that haven't seen it. I'll leave it on screen just for a minute so that those that have just joined can see. This is the list of people eligible to be drafted tonight. For Sean Taylor said, speaking of Logan, is he eligible for the draft? I don't believe he is, to be honest. He's not on the list today. And quick scan of the list on Monday, no. This is what annoys me most about Logan, is the fact that he signs a contract, a full contract, they make a big deal about him signing. And then he's, not on the lists. He's not draftable because his contract is for SummerSlam, Rumble, WrestleMania. It's for those big shows. So, the idea that he is a wrestler and all this kind of stuff. A wrestler would be showing up to Raw, SmackDown, doing house shows. If you're going to do this, right? He is a celebrity that comes in for the big shows, how we have Bad Bunny come in for a big show, whatever. But we've got this new kind of thing that we're doing now. We haven't really done it before, where we have celebrities that come in for big shows on a consistent basis now. So, we saw him at the Rumble. We saw him interfere at Elimination Chamber. Then he was at WrestleMania. But outside of those appearances, you don't really see him on Raw. You don't see him on SmackDown. You certainly don't see him at house shows. So it's weird. It's weird. It's like before we would have a celebrity come in, they'd do a one-off match at WrestleMania or a one-off appearance thing. Now we've got the likes of Bad Bunny and Pat and Logan and this kind of new breed of celebrity that just don't go away, that just hang around like a bad smell. And I know people really like Logan and they appreciate what he does and the work that he puts in, right? And I can agree he has got all the skills needed to be a top professional wrestler, right? I wouldn't say anything else. He absolutely could be. But as I keep saying, the one criticism is he ain't putting the work in. Simple as that. He might be putting some work in behind the scenes, getting ready for a big show. But listen, you give me a big paycheck, give me nothing to do but train. Give me a load of money. I'll give you the greatest match you've ever seen, right? Because I'll bust my ass to make sure that it is the greatest match you've ever seen. I'll script the whole thing. I'll give you half an hour, And from minute 1 to minute 30, I'll have the whole thing scripted. I'll work with my opponent. I'll train with them. I'll put in like moonsaults. I'll put in like frog splashes to the outside. I'll come up with outside interference ideas. I'll have all of that. Not a problem, because I've got loads of time to do it, and I can train for it, because I ain't doing anything else. I ain't got to worry about house shows. I ain't got to worry about my Raw or SmackDown segments, right? So, like, he's got the skills, and I just find it very frustrating, really frustrating, because if he did commit to this, he'd be brilliant. He'd be brilliant. And I don't think you can say otherwise, because his athleticism is fantastic. He is very explosive. He's got, he can do like star jumps, and he can do moonsaults, and he's very flexible. He's very agile. I don't know that we've seen much in the way of his selling, for example. His matches haven't necessarily been structured so much that way. We haven't really had to go over and look at him selling, because normally if there is a bit of a slowdown, someone dressed in a Prime bottle is doing some at ringside, or, AJ is chasing Tommaso Ciampa away, or there's normally something happening in the matches. So I can't say that I've seen too much in the way of his selling or whatever, but that's all stuff that you can pick up and learn. I mean, considering he's had, 4 matches? It is impressive. His athleticism, you can tell he looks after himself. You can tell that he's an athlete. I wish that he would commit to this. And if anyone wants to tell me that him doing these pay-per-view matches is him committing to this, forget about it. That's him committing to money. That ain't him committing to wrestling. If he was committing to wrestling, you'd be drafted, and you'd see him on Raw and SmackDown. I mean, even Ronda has done house shows. I know, because I went to one of them to watch Ronda. And, say what you want about Ronda. She did commit to it. She has worked SmackDown. She has worked Raw. She has done house shows. She has jumped into this and really been a full-time performer. She did that to try and, I think she did it to do the right thing and gain respect and really learn this and be involved. And I think she was a fan as well. The only problem is she doesn't have that kind of natural athletic ability of Logan. Like, you're not seeing her do star jumps and moonsaults and all that kind of stuff. Her game is a lot more ground-based. She's always been more of a submission specialist. Certainly arm bars in UFC, So it's interesting, isn't it, how she has put the work in and has not got the respect, whereas Logan hasn't put the work in. And I would say is probably more respected, even though a lot of fans will boo him out the building. I think those same fans would also agree his matches have been good. So, Cynthia, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Appreciate the support, my friends. I'm struggling to get to some of these. Not JPEG said, do you want AJ to be on Raw or SmackDown? Don't mind, to be honest. I mean, I would probably put him on the brand opposite to Roman. I don't think anyone's going to want to be on Roman's brand, to be honest, because I think that with the exception of Cody, I mean, Roman and Cody just seems like the match to make for SummerSlam. And I think Cody will beat Roman. And then I think that Roman will go away for a bit and Cody can have the belt. It just means that the main event scene is locked down, really. So I think that's going to make it a bit tricky. So really, everyone's going to want to be on the other brand, because even if you're not the first world heavyweight champ, I don't know that the person that wins it is going to hold it that long, because there's so many people waiting for that belt. You got Kevin Owens, you got Sammy, you've got AJ, you got Finn, you got Seth, you've got new faces, Drew. You've got Carrion that you could pull the trigger on. There's so many names in the mix for who could go after that belt. I don't think fans would be against Sheamus having a run with it, because I think Sheamus has done what he said he would do, and that is put on banger after banger after banger. And so I don't think people would be down on seeing Sheamus have a run. So I think there's I would probably put him on the brand opposite, and then I think you'd have a real fun scramble for this new title involving a lot of big names, whilst Cody and Roman pretty much lock down the main event scene over on the other. You'll need to throw in a heel over there as well for Cody to deal with, a face for Roman to deal with. Maybe Theory goes over to SmackDown. Maybe it's a bit soon for Theory to be a world heavyweight champ. Maybe he could just get into a feud with Cody. Or maybe Cody gets into a feud with Gunther, but I've got to think Cody would win that, and I don't think we want Gunther to take an L yet, so that might not be the best way forwards. But yeah, you could have like Theory and Cody battle, and then move on to Roman maybe. And then you could have Roman just go up against low-level face. I'm trying to think who you could have Roman go up against. I mean, maybe like a Shinsuke, because he's only just come back. If he was in a program with Roman, could be good, could be fun, could be credible. Shinsuke wouldn't win the title, but could be a nice spotlight for him. So maybe you have those kind of names over on SmackDown, and then everyone else, your AJ, your Finn, your Seth, your Drew, your Sheamus, all of them go to the other brands. It's just a mad scramble for the World Heavyweight Championship. Something along those lines. Because you can't only have Roman and Cody. You're going to have some other people going over to SmackDown if that's where they're going. But we'll find out, won't we? And then also you've got NXT talent in the pot that you can sprinkle in as well. So, right, JP Ville said, do you think there's going to be a new tag titles? WWE feels empty without Bray. Do you think there'll be new tag titles? I have heard that they are looking at separating those belts again. That was a report earlier. I personally wouldn't do it. I don't think there's enough teams. I don't think that the tag division is big enough. I don't think there's enough credible teams. I think that's going to be a real challenge for Triple H to build two credible tag divisions that really do warrant two tag champs. But equally, there are people that get very frustrated with the brand split not being a brand split. And, one of the things is these tag champs going from brand to brand seems to be a bit of a frustration for some, not everyone, for some. Doesn't really bother me, to be honest. I just think the tag division is not that big. It's not that credible at the moment. And I think that we only need one tag champs. But reports are they are going to look to have two. So could we change the belts? Sure. They've needed a redesign, I'd say, from the moment they got shown. From the moment they arrived, I would say they needed a redesign. So, I think there's a good chance that we will see two separate tag belts. How we get there, I don't know. Maybe we get a controversial finish tonight. And, as a result, we separate the belts somehow, or we set up a rematch just for one set of belts, or I have no idea. But there is a report they want to separate these belts. They want two separate world champs. Unless it's controversial and you do what you just did, and that is you combine both of these belts and Kevin and Sammy go away with undisputed titles, whatever, and then we introduce new titles for the new brand. We did that before. That's where the SmackDown tag belts came from, was we just created them. And I think, wasn't it Heath Slater and Rhino that were the first champs? So, yeah, I mean, maybe we do something along those lines. But yes, I am expecting there to be two sets of tag champs going forward. JP Ville, shout out to you. Right, let me go back up. I want to make sure that we've got everyone here. Sparta Branda said, evening, Roman, number 1 pick. Number 2, I'm going to go with Rhea. She's not on the list tonight, buds, Rhea. She is Monday. So, I would say Roman, number 1 pick, Cody, number 2 pick. And I think, I think it'll be SmackDown that gets those first picks. If it's Raw that gets the first pick and they don't pick Roman and Solo, I mean, that's just going to be bizarre, isn't it? That's just going to be weird. Like, why wouldn't you pick Roman and Solo? They're one and the same. Like, it's the bloodline. You can pick the bloodline and you get Roman and Solo. That's mental. So, whatever brand goes first, surely that's the first pick. And then it would be hard to see them not go Cody. I understand the argument for Bianca. She's eligible tonight. She is a champion. So, you are drafting a women's world champion. So I would understand the argument for Bianca being the second pick over Cody. But I feel like you're probably going to do Bloodline and Cody. Put them both on the same brand. So I think SmackDown, Roman, Cody. Then I think, that doesn't leave a great deal for Raw, actually. And I think they'll probably go with Bianca first. Go with Bianca, draft the women's champ. And then, do you go Bobby? Do you go Drew? Do you go Edge? Those are the kind of big male names that are left in the solo division, singles division. Shinsuke is in there as well. Miz. It's if you want a solo male, that's the kind of list you're looking at for tonight. It's probably more exciting on the women's side because you could get Damage Control, which would give you Bayley, Io, and Dakota. Or you could go Becky. As we've already said, you could go Bianca. I think the curveball, as I said, is OC. I think OC is a real curveball because they could be a top pick. Because if I'm picking a draft, I am looking at the fact that if I go for the OC, I'm getting AJ, I'm getting Gallows and Anderson, and I'm getting Mia Yim in one pick, which is, I love a bargain. Oh, I love a bargain. So, and that strikes me as a great bargain. That's a 4-for-1 special right there. I'm definitely down for that. So that could be interesting. That's the kind of pick where if it's quite low down, if it's like in the 4th round, 5th round of picks, I just don't understand. I don't understand that. You're getting AJ Styles, Gallows and Anderson, and Mia Yim. Like, that has to be a top pick. It's got to be like 2nd round, 3rd at worst. AJ Styles, Gallows and Anderson. I know Gallows and Anderson have not lit the world on fire, but part of that is creative. They have been very popular in other promotions, for example. And Mia Yim, there was great response when she first returned. But again, the booking just hasn't been there, has it? So book them better and you'll have bigger stars. Simples. Darwin said, the fans love Seth because he's been over for years with no WWE Championship since 2019. I remember he had a really good feud with Roman, Edge, Cody Riddle, Theory, Logan. He deserves to win the new world title. Yeah, so there's definitely reports that he is in the running for that new title. And, look, whether the fans are into him, which I think they are. Seth was in the Shield. Seth's a former world champion. Like, people really like Seth, but this isn't Monday Night Rollins. This is a Seth that has struggled at time with momentum. This is a Seth that's, I don't know, I think this is a Seth that is just a little bit in the background, and I think he knows it. And I think he's wearing bright clothes, and he's got his theme song, and he's doing whatever he can to make sure that you still notice him, right? Because you're right. He hasn't won a world title in 4 years, which is mental. That is mental. Seth Rollins hasn't won a world title since 2019. And this is part of the problem when you have such a long title reign that Roman's enjoying. It means that others miss out, and they don't get the same opportunity that you'd like to see them getting. So, yeah, it is crazy that 4 years since Seth has had that title. And as I said, 3 losses at pay-per-view to Cody and then losing in the fight pit to Riddle. Just, he had a bit of a token run with the United States belt, but I don't think anyone cared. I didn't care. I don't know that anyone was really into his match at Survivor Series. I don't know if people can even remember his match at Survivor Series. This is what I'm saying. Like, he's just lacking that. He's lacking that creative. He's lacking that momentum. He's lacking those juicy feuds. He had a great juicy feud with Cody, but he lost every match. So hopefully, let's get him drafted. Let's get going with him, right? I'd love for the fans to have something other than his theme song to talk about. And maybe, put the belt on him. I got no issue whatsoever with him having that title. No issue whatsoever. I think he absolutely deserves it. His words, he sees himself now, or he believes himself to be this generation's macho man. He is just that step behind Roman. He wishes he wasn't. He wishes he was the face. He's bitter about not being the face. There is a frustration there. I think a genuine frustration at not being the face, because I think he does see himself as one of the best promos. Certainly he sees himself as the best in ring, right? And he's just playing second fiddle to Roman Reigns at the moment. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if those frustrations hadn't shown themselves backstage at times. And WWE, be wise to make sure that Seth Rollins is feeling loved. Don't want any issues coming up when it's time to renegotiate the contracts. That is definitely a name they do not want to lose. Definitely. So, I wouldn't be surprised. He's definitely in the running for this new world title. Godfather's host said, Days, listen to this. Street Profits will split tonight. Angelo and Bianca will go to the same brand. He will end up pounding her, which sets up a great opening Mania match. Ang versus Montez over Poon. Godfather's ho, shout out to you. Days, apparently Fightful has got something on Bray. A little updates. Hello, little updates. Have a little look. Fightful, is it? I'm guessing Fightful selects. Fightful selects. Oh, wow, this is a very good list. So this came up an hour ago, so I don't feel too bad about reading this out. It's been up for an hour. This is from Fightful. Select, subscribe. It is good. I mean, they don't sponsor us. I'm just saying. But here's the list. So Alexa Bliss was sidelined due to a skin cancer procedure, and she appeared on The Masked Singer. She hasn't been factored into creative plans of late. Originally, she was to be tied into a Bray Wyatt story. I think we knew that. Aaliyah has been sidelined due to an elevated first rib and AC sprain in September. Creative hasn't had substantial plans for her, though they were told she was ready to return a while ago. We haven't heard anything about her absence since. Big E has yet to return from a neck injury. There hasn't been an update on his status in some time and isn't factored into creative plans. That's interesting. Not factored into creative plans, Big E. That's interesting. Bray Wyatt is overcoming an illness as of WrestleMania weekend. Wasn't in creative plans. However, he's told people close to him he is excited to make his way back whenever he is able. So when he's able to return, he is excited to come back. Not much of an update, to be honest. Gable Steveson was picked in the 2021 draft, which served as a major surprise. We're told there has never been a creative plan for Gable Steveson. And even before returning to amateur wrestling, he was a long way off. Those that we spoke to say the move was a publicity stunt. Oh, so him being drafted was a publicity stunt. Jinder Mahal is considered full-time NXT and is not in the draft pool. Lita, based on what we've heard, Lita isn't expected to have heavy in-ring future, and the appearances with Becky were a means to the end to progress the Trish feud. So there we go. Maurice, this wouldn't be notable as she's rarely seen. However, Maurice was included on the draft graphic, but is not listed in the draft pool. Orton underwent back fusion surgery last year after struggling for months with the injury. Last we checked, he'd been telling people close to him that he plans to return to wrestling, but WWE told us WrestleMania weekend he was still quite a way off. That's interesting. WWE expects Rude to be sidelined for the remainder of 2023 as he recovers from neck fusion surgery. R-Truth is expected to miss most of 2023 whilst he recovers from his torn quads. Shanky hasn't been factored into any creative plans. He didn't make the move to NXT with Jinder, and he has not been seen backstage. Where's Shanky gone? Uncle Howdy's status is very much tied to that of Bray. Howdy is portrayed by Bo Dallas. I don't think that's a big surprise. Brock is included in the draft. Last draft he was included in was 2019. Prior to that was 2016. Drew, despite questions regarding his status, Drew is in the draft pool and expected to return to the road shortly. Riddick Moss, change of name. Trish, the first time that Trish has been drafted since 2002. She is expected to be active and a regular on WWE programming through at least the summer. Trish was not included on the draft graphic. So there we go. Really good breakdown of all the current situations regarding injuries and who's eligible and everything from Fightful. As I said, they are good. I do like Fightful. Right. Delwyn, shout out to you, bud. We read your comment. Kappa said Seth wore zebra print with his back out. He did. That was Monday, wasn't it? Monday. Kind of struck me as being like a female suit, maybe. Kind of having the back on display. Kind of feels like something that you might see on like a female suit. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if Seth was wearing like female clothing, because some of those styles are so outrageous that some of those I don't know that they're custom made. I don't believe they are, actually. I saw an interview with him where he said that he was using Becky's stylist, because you might remember when Becky was a heel, she would wear outlandish clothes. And I think he started talking to Becky's stylist, who had some ideas for what he could wear as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of these pieces were actually they're probably like unisex in all fairness, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was the odd thing that was intended for women and it snuck his way onto Seth Rollins. But hey, the world we live in now, what is gender? And that is not a conversation that we're getting onto 26 minutes before the start of the draft. Right. Did you see tag titles changing tonight as Sami and KO won't be at Night of Champions? No, I don't see that as a reason for changing the belts. I think you can easily have Sami and Kevin attacked, meaning that they can't defend the belts at Night of Champions. And so we have to go with number one contenders match, or even just don't do the tag belts, So I don't see that as a barrier. I don't see that as a problem. WWE can always creatively find a way around that. Could they? What I do see is 2 sets of tag champs, because there is a report that they do want to have tag champs for SmackDown and tag champs for Raw. So I think we could be looking. I don't know if tonight's going to play a part in that. It may do. But apparently we are working our way towards 2 sets of tag champs. Big Time Back said, Days, taking Cody away from Raw is a blow because you need a big name to carry the show. When Bloodline is doing stuff on SmackDown, Raw needs a lot of help with star power for this draft. Well, it's going to get it. I mean, you could end up having Sami. I mean, Sami's been one of the biggest draws of last year with the work he did with Bloodline. Sami was doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. It was all the Usi stuff. It was the honorary Usi stuff. It was the making people laugh. It was those relationships. But I mean, Sammy was integral. I mean, he was at the heart of all of that. Hence why I absolutely love him, and I really wish Montreal had gone a different way, because I just think that what he did last year was just incredible. You know, I mean, he was having Jay cracking up in like backstage segments. He was doing serious stuff. He was doing comedy stuff. What Sammy showed is that if you give him something juicy to get his teeth into, if you give him a good storyline that's got some twists and turns and whatever, he can deliver it. He can tell those stories arguably better than anyone else. So if Sammy gets drafted over to Raw and we've got a good juicy storyline lined up for him, great, brilliant, you know. Raw could also get Bray. That would be big, you know. If Bray went over to Raw, that would be big. Give Sammy a big juicy storyline, that would be big. You know, if you've got the new world title as well, the heavyweight championship, and you've got Seth and AJ and Finn, and they're all competing over it. Honestly, I don't see it being a problem if you put Cody and Roman on the same brand. I think there will still be enough for Raw, more than enough. There's loads of names that we can play around with. It'll be interesting though to see afterwards. We can take a look at it and go, who won the draft? What roster looks stronger? What stories do we think they're going to tell? What feuds are on the way? Like, we can definitely look at doing that, but we can't do that until after Monday, because obviously Monday is actually the bigger day, because there's more people being drafted on Monday. So we sadly can't do it over the weekend because we won't have all the answers yet. Callie said, do you think if someone who's not heavyweight will win the new title in the future, or are they going world champ like they did Rey Mysterio? Yeah, we don't have heavyweights, to be honest. It's just a term, you know. Heavyweight is something that really resonates with casual fans. You know, if you watch a new sport, you know, and it's a combat sport, right? Let's say there's a new martial art that arrives and we don't know anything about it. We're all learning together. As soon as we get to the heavyweight category, you know that's the big boys. You know that's the serious main division. There's not, you know, traditionally there's not, you can get super heavyweights sometimes, but everyone knows the heavyweights. I think it conjures up images of like Muhammad Ali, you know, and Tyson Fury right now and whatever. So it's more of a marketing term, to be honest. We don't have heavyweights, we don't have cruiserweights, we don't have middleweights, we don't have weight classes in wrestling. So I don't see how you could prevent anyone from competing for it, because there is no alternative for smaller guys to compete for. There is no world middleweight championship, you know, in WWE. So it's just a term. It's just a term. It's a term for casual fans. Days, you will need to update your SmackDown roster bio after tonight, says Bryson. Yeah. Probably Monday, to be honest, because obviously there'll be more people drafted on Monday as well. I don't care about the draft. Only Uncle Teddy and the megastar LA Knight, said Tommy. But Triple H's first draft, I hope it's a good one, not like Vince's, says Mark. What happened to the Cruiserweight title? It got combined with the North American title down in NXT. So a great idea. I loved it. We spoke about it before. I love the Cruiserweight idea. I don't like the name. I don't think the Cruiserweight name works for casuals. If you say to the average person on the street, what's the, you know, in boxing, what's the biggest division? What's the, even if you say the best division, whatever, the average person, like my mom, for example, you know, heavyweight would come to mind. They'd say heavyweight, I'm sure. But then, like, if you said, okay, how far below heavyweight is cruiserweight? I really don't know that the average person knows that it's just the next one below. I don't know. Cruiser sounds quite light. It sounds quite light in its name. So I don't know. Cruiserweight to the average person, I just don't know that it resonates. That wasn't the problem, though. The problem was it was basically its own show. It had its own roster, and it didn't have everyone that was eligible to be in that You know, if you're going to have a cruiserweight belt, then you need everyone that's under that weight limit to be competing for it. And then anyone over that weight limit goes for the heavyweight belt, right? It's pretty simple. WWE didn't do that. Instead, what they did was they brought in a load of cruiserweights and they then created their own show where you had a load of people that the average fan didn't know competing for this belt on its own show. They would show them a few times on Raw, but it was basically its own brand. It wasn't really a cruiserweight title that anyone could really go for, or a belt that, I mean, it was being defended on the WrestleMania pre-show. Doesn't really, it's hard to make an argument that this is a treasured title that's comparable to the WWE Championship if it's being defended on the pre-show, you know? I mean, everything about it was just wrong. It was just rubbish. The belt looked rubbish. It had its own show, didn't need it. Shouldn't have had its own show. It had its own roster. Shouldn't have had its own roster. And it was just being used as, I mean, it was just a low card title, wasn't it? That's how it was being booked. But the matches on 205 Live were banging. They were great. There were some awesome matches. Drew Gulak, Tony Nese, Mustafa Ali, Buddy Murphy. That was the roster. And then, like, they added Neville. Enzo went over for a while, but that wasn't as great. But yeah, I mean, like, they had Gran Metalik, Lindsay Dorado, I think Noam Dar for a while, the Brian Kendrick, of course. So, like, really anyone that had come out of that Cruiserweight Classic tournament went onto that roster. And as we said, you know, that's what 205 Live was. 205 Live was the Cruiserweight show. And then that just all fell apart, didn't it? That then fell apart. 205 Live just became more an NXT developmental show. And now it has morphed into NXT Level Up. And it is literally now a NXT developmental show. It's funny because Obafemi debuted on Tuesday on NXT. And I remember saying on that stream, I've seen this guy. He's making his debut, but I've seen this guy. Turns out I'd seen him from NXT Level Up. He'd made his debut last November on NXT Level Up. And that's where I'd seen him from. So that's a quick history about I think it was 2016, was it? Cruiserweight division, which had great potential, but just executed wrong. But apparently they wanted to relaunch the Cruiserweight thing. They did have a plan to do it, I read earlier today. But it's got derailed. I don't know if it was pandemic or whatever, but yeah, it got derailed. And now that belt doesn't even exist. It got combined with the NXT North American Championship. Right, how long we got? We got 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes to go. 16 minutes to go. And we've got 2 hours of draftage. As we said, big night tonight. Roman Reigns, Solo Sikoa, the Bloodline, no Usos though. They can be drafted. I've got the list actually. There's people joining us all the time. Here's the list. So you can see, look, Becky, Bianca, Bobby, Candice. Candice will go wherever Johnny goes, or Johnny will go wherever Candice goes. Chelsea, Sonya, Cody, Damage Control. Damage Control would be a big sign-in for someone. Dexter Lumis, Dolph Ziggler, Drew McIntyre, Edge, Hit Row, Imperium, Lacey Evans, Matt Riddle, Maximum Male Models, Mustafa Ali, Natalia, Omos with MVP, Shinsuke Nakamura, Bloodline, Miz, OC, Street Profits. Doesn't seem like you can separate the Street Profits. Viking Raiders, and select NXT superstars. What does that mean? What are select? Is there a list that you can pick from? If so, why can we not see that list? What select NXT superstars? So we are expecting some NXT superstars tonight. Mark said, do you think we get WWE GMs? We could get some for the draft tonight. There's no reports about us having permanent GMs. We've obviously got Adam Pearce. I wouldn't mind if we went that way because I always enjoyed. I enjoyed it last time. Sometimes it's a bit hit and miss, but I thought Daniel Bryan and Shane were excellent as commissioner and GM of SmackDown. And Paige, I thought she did a great job. I thought Paige was great in that role. So I really like Paige as GM. Mick Foley and Steph, not as crazy about. Can't remember much of Kurt, to be honest. I remember Kurt was GM for a while. Can't remember loads about that. But yeah, it's something we could do, but there's no reports we are going that way. So I think it'll probably be Triple H and Adam Pearce, I would guess. I mean, someone's going to come out. Apparently, there's a podium tonight. Someone will come out, and then I think they'll read the picks. So I don't think there's two podiums. I don't think it's like someone representing SmackDown and someone representing Raw. I don't think it's that. I think it's going to be like, was it Steph? I think Steph came out before, and she just read them all. She was like, Raw has drafted, blah, 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 blah. SmackDown has drafted, blah, 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 blah. And that concludes the second round of the draft. And then we went to matches. And then it's like, right, it's time for the third round. Let's go over to Stephanie McMahon. Okay, third round of the draft. Here are the Raw picks. Raw has drafted, blah, 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 blah. SmackDown has drafted, blah, 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 blah. I think it'll probably be like that, to be honest. But if we did get GMs, I mean, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it. As I said, I always like GMs. Delwyn, shout out to you. Bud said, what would you do LA Knight in the draft? I'd put him on Raw, wherever the new world champion is, for him to cash in on Seth or Finn. Yeah, I don't mind that. And actually, this makes a bit more sense to me because, honestly, I don't understand LA Knight being world champion because we haven't done anything with him. He's had one feud against Bray, and that feud was resulting in a pitch black match, which I think universally people seem to really not enjoy. He has managed to get himself over, and we've spoken a lot about LA Knight because, I mean, I've gone back and looked at some of the Bray stuff, and I can tell you that in January of this year, he was getting booed. LA Knight. LA Knight was coming to the ring and the crowd were booing him, right? I honestly cannot put my finger on when it started to change, when it started to turn. I can't put I don't know what changed it. I don't know that there was just one moment. I think people were just slowly like, I really like this guy. Like, he's a good talker. I mean, he was doing great impressions of Bray. And I don't know if people feel sorry for him because he gave everything in that feud with Bray, and maybe people felt that he should have, he lost, and maybe he should have looked a bit better in the match. Perhaps people feel sorry for how he was treated during the pitch black match. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It's hard to put a finger as to where that moment was. But I can tell you there are segments of SmackDown, where he is getting booed. He is getting booed. And actually, if you remember, do you remember when Undertaker instructed Bray, had a word with Bray and Bray's sister Abigail's LA Knight, right? I don't remember loads of people going crazy about LA Knight that night. I remember LA Knight all the talk was about what did Undertaker say to Bray? And it was all about was that a passing of the torch? Blah, 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 blah. There wasn't really much talk about, I can't believe they've done that to LA Knight. LA Knight deserves better. I don't remember those kind of conversations. I really don't remember seeing people saying that. So I don't know. It's so hard. The LA Knight thing is so bizarre. It's just been, I don't know if it's become a bit of a meme, I don't know. I mean, he is charismatic. And I'm not saying that if anyone likes him, they are wrong by any means. I like him. I like LA Knight. I've got nothing against him. I wish him all the best. But world champion, we haven't done anything with him. He's been in one feud with Bray, and he lost that feud, and the end result was a match people didn't enjoy. Wasn't on the WrestleMania card. I think that built some sympathy for him. I think he wanted to be on the WrestleMania card, and I think people liked him, liked how charismatic it was, and I think people can't believe he wasn't used. So I think that's built up some sympathy for him as well, you know? Apparently WWE do see the reactions that he's getting now, and there are rumors that he is a firm favorite for the Money in the Bank briefcase. I think him winning Money in the Bank would be fun. As I said, I ain't got anything against LA Knight. I'm not as crazy about him as other people, just because I just don't know where this has come from, to be honest. I don't know where this kind of, I don't know, this groundswell of support has arrived from. I'm not against it. I know it sounds like I'm against it. I'm not against it. I just don't quite understand it either. I think he's charismatic. I'm not seeing really anything different than what we saw in NXT. He was over in NXT, but people went mental for him. And it's not like we were there wasn't a clamor for him to be the NXT champion. Whereas now there seems to be a clamor for him to be the world champion, which is crazy. Crazy. Don't know. It's funny, isn't it? When someone gets over, though, I mean, it just gets that momentum, doesn't it? It just kind of builds its own momentum. It builds its own speed and kind of moves under its own steam. So it's kind of got now where people, want him to be world champions. People out there that want him to be world champion. What I would say is it's a lot more palatable to see him cash in on this belt. You know, this belt which hasn't got a history, doesn't really mean anything, to be honest. To see him go after this title, I haven't got a problem with that. But to see him win the WWE Championship, I mean, this is a belt that no Rhodes has ever held. This is the belt that Cody is spending his life trying to get a hold of. You know, this is the belt that no one's been able to get off Roman for nearly 400 and some odd days, and then the Universal 1,000 odd days. It's crazy, isn't it? That how over LA Knight is. It's lovely to see, though. I mean, it's great to see people get organically over. As I said, the fact that you can't sit here and go, "Oh, it was that segment that did it." It's just been a groundswell. It's just been a movement, you know. It's cool. I like it. It's one of the things that I really like to see in wrestling. I really enjoyed the same with Sammy, like last year, going into the early this year, and Kofi. When Kofi Mania happened, that was the fans. That was a groundswell of support as well. You know, I mean, Kofi, they just booked him well in a gauntlet match, and people lost their minds, and they were like, actually, this guy should win the world title. He's been around a long time. This is his time. And people wanted it. And they made their voices heard. And of course, Daniel Bryan, famously as well. I don't think we're quite those levels for LA Knight, but I don't know, man. I mean, people, when he comes out, he is getting quite the reactions now, you know. He is getting quite the reactions. It's as if, there's been this groundswell of support that's just built enough whereby I don't know if it's like Twitter and social media that's kind of driven this, but interesting. We could talk for quite a while on LA Knight. We have actually spoke about LA Knight a few times. How'd you feel about the Bloodline? Said Danny. I really like the Bloodline. I do think they've lost a bit of steam though, since the whole Sammy thing fizzled out. I think we built to WrestleMania well. And then really since then, we've just been teasing the kind of relationship between Roman and Usos. We've just been teasing. I really enjoyed Sammy talking to the Usos, going to them individually. I thought that was great. And we're definitely teasing something. So I would say the Bloodline story has been awesome. I think it's one of the best stories that we've told in recent years. I think that there's still things for us to explore in the Bloodline story. There is still a summer that we could get out of it. I think the whole Uso thing at the moment is very interesting. I think maybe what it's lacking now, though, is a bit of that comedy. I actually think the comedy was quite important because it just, you know, variety is very important. If you want the serious moments to really hit, they always hit harder if you've just coming off like a comedic moment. Because, you know, you're laughing and then, oh my God, it's now serious. You're going from one extreme to the other. And that contrast is obviously very useful. So I kind of feel with the Bloodline at the moment, there's not much comedy. There's not much humor. There's, you know, I mean, we had the Sammy's reactions, Honorary Usi, him backstage when he was talking about getting in Drew's head. Roman was like, can you deal with Drew? And he was like, of course, I'm the master strategist. I'll get in his head. I'll do a dance like this. And you got Jay in the background trying not to corpse. And we've all seen the clips of Sammy dancing around Solo at like house shows, trying to get Solo to crack, and Solo just stares at him, not interested. Just those little things are really endearing. And as I said, you know, they provide some much needed comedic relief. I would say that's something that we need to have a look at with the Bloodline if we're going to tell a really good story with them this summer. I think we need to find some comedy from somewhere. We'll have a look. I mean, I think a lot has been waiting for the drafts. So we'll see. It's a big episode at SmackDown tonight. And we'll have to see. The Bloodline might look very different going forward because there might not be the Usos. Because obviously they're not part of the Bloodline tonight. It is just Roman and Solo that can be drafted tonight. Usos separate on Monday. Kojiko, shout out to you. Kojiko, let's go. Whatever you've got, I'm in such a good mood. I'm so excited for the drafts. Let's go. The robot and the octopus started doing a dancey dance, but then suddenly switched to twerking whilst wearing top hats made of cheese and singing opera in French. I can only imagine that that is AI generated. I've Google searched some of Kojiko's comments before. It doesn't come back with any results, although I did discover Blue Moon flavored ice cream, which I'd never heard of before, right? So it did lead somewhere. We don't really have the time to explore this one, unfortunately. But Kojiko, just know you're loved in this community. If you need to talk, my DMs are open. If you're having some sort of breakdown, I can help, right? Well, I can't really. I'm not a trained expert, but I'll listen. And if it's just not that serious, then awesome. Shout out to you. You stay strong. You stay strong. Right? Right, let's go. Alex Bloomfield, shout out to you. Bud, hope you're well. Is this draft definitely on BT Sport 1? I hope so. That's what I've got on, buds. William said, speak for yourself, Days. Coach Co is a moron. Right, okay. Okay. I wasn't looking for drama in the community. Literally 1 minute before the start of the drafts. As I said, Coach Co, you are loved by this community, right? You are loved and appreciated, and you stay strong, yeah? Right, here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Breaking news, Mercedes Moné is backstage at tonight's Impact tapings. Mercedes Money. Breaking news. Does AJ get a top 3 pick and return, said Isan. Could do. If I was a betting man, I'd say no. But actually, he's in the OC. So apparently, if you draft the OC, you get AJ. You get AJ, you get Gallows, Anderson, and you get Michin. So it's a no-brainer. I mean, you'd think AJ would be a no-brainer on his own, but you get a tag team and a great female wrestler as well. So, as I said, it's a bit of a bargain. Right, the draft begins now. Hello, Mr. Garza sign. Hello. Nobody. No, there ain't nobody better than me. No, there ain't nobody. I really like the tune for SmackDown, by the way. I think it's time for AJ to depart from them, said Isan. I really hope Cody gets drafted to SmackDown. He deserves to be treated better than the way he was treated on Raw, says Canadian Nightmare. Main event rematch. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Usos. Right. Let's go. Triple H. Triple H. He's going to introduce a new belt. Here's a new belt. The Game of Games? Did he just call Triple H the Game of Games? Have we ever called him the Game of Games? I thought Monopoly was the Game of Games. The Game of Games? Triple H. Game of Games. I want to play a game, says Dill. Well, apparently Triple H is the king of games. The king of games. The Game of Kings. The Game of Games. Right, are we doing the first round? Okay. Before we get started, just want to lay down some... Is a stickler for rules. We're laying down some ground rules. Who's? Ev 50% of the roster will be drafted tonight, but that's not true. That's not true. The list on Raw is way bigger than the list tonight. %50 eligible to be drafted tonight, according to Triple H. The game, you know the Game of Games. You know the Game of Games. Game of Games said 50% will be drafted tonight. Hope he doesn't work in the finance department. It's a good job he works in creative. Select superstars are eligible from NXT. Okay. Let's go. May 8th is when rosters come into effect. It's time to make things a bit more exciting. Thank you. He's got the first round in his hands. The Game of Games. Let's go. Are you ready? I need a... I didn't set up a scroll, did I? Should have a scroll, really. Let's go. First pick. He's going to do SmackDown first or Raw, because it's got to be Roman. SmackDown. All three? So not Roman. Damage. Oh, Paul Heyman. Bloodline. Bloodline drafted to SmackDown. So we know that the World Heavyweight Championship is making its way. Yeah, that's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's a no-brainer. So, drafted to SmackDown, Roman, Solo. When he said all three, I was like, all three? It's only Roman and Solo. Cheeky. Meant Paul Heyman. Roman stays on SmackDown. Yeah. champion to Raw. So the new World Heavyweight Championship will be on Raw. Oh, Raw first. Cody. Wow, that's a shock. That's a shock. I really thought they were going to do the 2 SmackDown picks and then 3 Raw picks. That's how we've done it before. Cody being a top pick isn't a shock. So he's going to go after that world title that doesn't mean anything. Right. That's never happened before. Yeah, it's a weird way of doing it, but this is a Triple H draft, isn't it? SmackDown. Oh, SmackDown's gone for Bianca. That must mean Street Profits are coming to... oh, God. So what do we do with the belts? Oh, God. So he's going to have Cody go after a belt that doesn't mean anything. And now he's just drafted the Raw Women's Champ to SmackDown, which means we're going to swap the belts over. Stupid. Bobby. Becky is the next draft. Becky is the next draft. So Becky goes over to Raw. Well, she's on Raw anyway. I mean, what I would say is these picks are fine in the sense of these are the ones that you would expect to be the top picks. These would be the names that you would expect. The top 5 I had written down was Bloodline, Cody, Bianca, Becky, and Drew. Drew was the other one I had. Tag team next. Uso. No. Oh, so they're not drafted. Hang on. So we've done 2 for SmackDown, 2 for Raw. So Raw doesn't have any extra pick. Hollywood guy, Vince strikes again. This draft already sucks. I just don't understand why you would have Cody on Raw going for a belt that has only just been created. I don't think that's what the fans want for Cody. Want him to win the WWE Championship, the one that is... The whole thing was his dad having it in his hands. His dad didn't have this new belt in his hands. Going to hit the same if he wins this new title. It's not going to be the same as if he'd have won the WWE Championship at WrestleMania. I don't get it. I don't understand. We got the Usos. Bianca going to SmackDown, as we said, you know. Oh, God, does that mean we're going to have that horrible switching of belts with Rhea? Okay, so we got the Usos right now, cutting a promo. You the twos, we the ones. Kevin Owens' music hits. So Owens and Sammy coming out. Obviously, we're hyping up our main event tonight. Here's Kevin, here's Sammy. Right. let's go down and see what people are saying. Usos talk so much. Why is Bianca drafted to SmackDown? I don't know. I don't know. They picked her. I mean, maybe it's because they want Rhea and Judgment Day to stay together. So it could be that it might not be so much Bianca to SmackDown. It might be more Rhea staying on Raw. Okay, so we've got Kevin, Sami, and Usos. You don't think it's strange? So Sami's come out and he said, don't you think it's strange that you've not been drafted with Roman? Don't you think it's strange that since you lost these titles, Roman hasn't texted you or called you? You're not walking out with the damn thing, says Jay. So they're still talking about Kevin turning. Usos keep making out that Kevin's going to turn on Sami. So Owens is all fired up. Owens is fired up. So Usos dedicate the match, their victory to Roman. Sami comes out and says, can't you see what's happening? You haven't even been drafted with Roman. Usos say, KO's going to turn on you, Sami. KO's like, stop talking, let's just fight. Right, Darwin said, I'm surprised Cody drafted to Raw. Yeah, same. I definitely didn't have that. I had Bloodline and Cody going to SmackDown. I had Bianca, Becky, and Drew go into Raw. Wade said it's not possible to draft the whole Bloodline. It's not possible. I'm sure Raw wants a piece of the Bloodline. So, you know, look, he's trying to make excuses there, Wade Barrett. Brawling Brutes. So we've had our first round of draft picks. Right, next up we got Brawling Brutes. Days, this is bad. Is this how short round one usually is? I've been out for about 15 years, says Adam. Normally, I mean, these drafts don't happen every year. The last draft we had, I think, was 2021. And then before that, I think, was 2019. So we don't get them that often. But no, normally Raw will get an extra pick because it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, SmackDown is a 2-hour show. Raw is a 3-hour show. So Raw needs a bigger roster. So the way that, I mean, we've done it a few different ways in the past, in all fairness. But the way that I was expecting was it was going to be 2 picks for SmackDown, 3 picks for Raw. And then what we would do is we will do another round later where we do 2 picks for SmackDown, 3 picks for Raw. Then we'll do another round later. There'll be about 4 or 5 rounds on the show. What we have seen in the past is Talking Smack or whatever kind of post show they have, a lot of the times, a lot of the lower down talent, you know, your Dana Brooks that struggle to get on TV, your Akira Tozawas that tend to live on main event, those kind of names, they get drafted away from the show. Like, really, we're going to focus on the big names tonight. The big names get drafted, and that's kind of what we're going to be focusing on. And then, like, the smaller names, they tend to just get drafted on, like, post shows and whatever. So even after the show ends tonight, there could be an announcement from WWE, a bit like, oh, just so you know, this is where the rest of the names are going, right? So we might not actually get every bit of information tonight on the show. There might be some ones afterwards as well. So definitely worth keeping an eye out for that. But those names are normally quite low down names. Kira Tozawa, Dana Brooke, as we said, Elias. You know, I don't know how much people are going to really be bothered about that. Sometimes the odd low-level NXT star, like maybe a Zoe Stark, might find her way onto a list like that. I mean, Zoe Stark, that ain't a name that most fans are going to be aware of. She could get called up and, like, you know, go onto a list like that. A bigger name, like, say, Bron Breakker, who's just been NXT champ for nearly 12 months, he would probably be mentioned on the show. So I think there's a good chance Pretty Deadly, Grayson Waller. There's rumors about Tyler Bate. There's rumors about Cora Jades. Those are the sort of name. I think Caden and Katana stand a great chance as well. Cameron Grimes. I haven't seen Cameron Grimes in forever. So apparently Cameron Grimes has been ready to get called up for a while now. So Cameron Grimes definitely in the running. Again, though, whether he'll be mentioned on the show or afterwards, we'll have to wait and see. We are at commercial break. We got first round of the draft. Little promo thing on the entrance way between Usos, KO, and Sammy. That's our main event tonight. And now we've got Brawling Brutes in the ring. Alfie, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying what you're seeing so far. Timothy said, what is your prediction of who gets drafted? Well, I only bothered doing the first round because, past that, I mean, I don't know. There's not really, it's hard to tell because we don't know what stories they're going to tell. I mean, there's things like, you know, Bianca's gone to SmackDown, so Street Profits are going to go to SmackDown because Bianca's in a relationship with Montez, and we know that they try to keep those kind of relationships together. You can understand that. I mean, you know, they have to go home together, travel together. It would cause so much drama to split people up. You know, Becky has gone to Raw. I feel pretty good. That means Seth is going to go to Raw. So there's definitely things that we can tell already now, just from those first 4 picks. I mean, honestly, Roman and Solo are on SmackDown. Does that increase the chances of Usos going to Raw? I would say it probably does. So I think Usos going to Raw, Street Profits going to Raw, Seth going to Raw. Feel pretty good about that. At the moment, Rhea has seemingly got to go to Raw because she's a champ, just like Bianca, and Bianca's gone to SmackDown. So does that mean that Rhea... Oh, look, there's a load of superstars at the Performance Center watching. We've done that before. That's cool. So there's a load of superstars watching to see if they're going to be selected. I like that. Kappa said, a moment of silence for Cody's career. Bianca Belair. Whoa. I am so excited to be your SmackDown Women's Champion again. Oh, God, we're just going to switch the belts, aren't we? SmackDown Women's Champion. Oh, God. Oh, she said it 3 times. Oh, God. I hope they just do it and I don't see, to be honest. I hope they just do it behind closed doors and I just don't see, and I can just pretend it never happened where we just switch the belts over. Right, here's LA Knight. I just don't. How does it work? I mean, like, is she going to be a SmackDown Women's Champion like day one as soon as she gets the belt, even though she's been a champion going all the way back to WrestleMania last year? Like, does that title reign continue? But it can't continue because it's a different belt. Is she now a two-time SmackDown Women's Champion? Get it. I feel like I'm on my own on this one. Right, we've got LA Knight making his way down. WrestleBuzz said if Cody and Seth, if he goes, are going to be on Raw, who could realistically challenge Roman? I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing. I mean, there's loads in there. Shinsuke can, Drew can, Edge can. We're not struggling for names. Finn Balor can. There's plenty of names. AJ Styles, Bron Breakker, Karrion Kross, Gunther. Like, there's lots of people that can do it, but yeah, it's just bizarre, isn't it? Okay, Butch against LA Knight. Yeah. So, WrestleBuzz, shout out to you. I don't know what this means for SummerSlam. I mean, in my head, Cody Roman. But if they're going to be on different brands, then that would suggest probably not. And now Cody's going to go after this new World Heavyweight Championship. Timothy said, does that mean Rhea will be Raw champion? Yep. Certainly seems that way. So, I mean, I don't know what we do if she gets drafted to SmackDown. I'm guessing we have to have a match, unify the belts, and then crown a new champion, maybe. But we won't do that. We'll just have Rhea go to Raw, won't we? Rhea will be a top pick for Raw now. In all fairness, as she should be. She should be a top pick. We're trying to build her and get her over as like a big major star. So, yeah, she should be a top pick. Okay, I think we're about to go to commercial break. Butch against LA Knights. Alfie says, Sweet Caroline. The show's all right. Trash, draft, but love the NXT lot. Can't deny it's getting better. Love seeing the NXT people. We've done that before. And to be honest, and they might do it again this way, but they don't tell them if they're going up. So if it's one of those where it's like they have to sit and wait to see if they're about to go to the main roster. They don't actually, well, they might tell them, but I seem to remember Alexa bursting into tears, like legit crying up, like, you know, just so emotional because she found out she was going to the main roster this way. It's really good, actually. I mean, it's a bit disappointing if you don't get drafted. Imagine you're like Bron Breakker. You haven't got the belt right now. You're probably thinking, stand a good chance coming up. So you probably sat there going, am I? Oh, man, that, you know, it'd be gutting if you don't then. But if you're someone like, say, Zoe Stark and you do get mentions, or you're Cora Jade and you get called up, or Tyler Bate. I mean, it could be the night we see Tyler Bate on his way to the main roster. So I would imagine they won't have told him because I think they'll want that honest emotion and reaction for TV. So yeah, I genuinely think there's probably a chance that we'll see a few tears and they probably don't know. I know we don't know the full draft, but do you somehow see Solo as the firm favorite to beat Roman, says Hasib? Don't think I've got Solo. I mean, yeah, without seeing the draft, it's hard to say. I don't see Solo as the firm favorite. I mean, I just don't think we've done loads with Solo. Solo's not had like a mid. It's not held a mid championship. He's not had like feuds. I kind of feel like, again, it's very quick. I always feel like Solo has not even been on the roster 12 months. And I know that people like Brock came up and won the title really, really quickly. So you don't have to go the same route all the time. For this story, it might make sense to just have Solo go after the title. But I don't know. I kind of feel like we need to check that he's good enough, I mean, he doesn't do promos. His matches are all right, but we haven't seen him in much of the way of like feuds or anything. And are we really going to put the top belts on him? Like, he's going to be the guy. He's going to be the face. He's going to be the... Do you know what I mean? On the main event. He's going to be in the main events. We're going to put Solo in the main events. I don't know that he's main event ready. So, for me, no. I wouldn't say Solo was the guy. Right, we're underway with Butch and LA Knight. But let's not get Solo sucks trending. Solo is a future Anoa'i champion that you will have to acknowledge, says Kappa. LB said, I think Cody will eventually be traded to SmackDown in order to finish the story. I hope so. I hope it's one of those. How can he finish the story if... I mean, I'm not moaning, right? I know I am moaning, but I'm not moaning for the sake of moaning. I really don't think him winning this newly created World Heavyweight Championship counts. I don't think that's him finishing the story. I'm sure this belt is gonna get prestige, but at the moment it needs to establish itself. We've seen this with the Universal belt. Universal belt was just created out of nowhere in 2016, and now here we are with another belt that's just been poof, out of midair. I don't know if winning a belt that's just been winning a belt that half the roster can't even compete for. I don't know that that's finishing the story. So I would love to see there be a bit of a swerve and Cody get drafted on Monday to SmackDown. I think that'd be really cool. Because in all fairness, you will have, I think, a lot of people scratching their heads at Cody going to Raw, because I didn't see that coming. I can't be the only one sat here thinking Cody, Roman, SummerSlam, finish the story. We didn't do it at WrestleMania because 1,000 days, right? But now, like, this draft, like, completely moves him away from those belts. Don't know. There's a plan. We can't see it yet, but there must be a plan. In Triple H, we trust. Kick coming in by LA Knight. So we are underway. We're half an hour into the show. And right now, Butch working on the arm of LA Knight. LA Knight getting over to the ropes. If you are just joining us, there's only been 4 draft picks so far. Bloodline, minus the Usos, and Bianca go to SmackDown. Cody and Becky go to Raw. Fun opening little contest this between these two. Crowd are into it. 1, 2, 3, and just as I said that, it ends. A good little contest this. Crowd seems to be... Oh, no, it's over. It's finished. LA Knight picks up a win against Butch. LA Knight and Butch eligible to be drafted on Monday. Yeah. Got the Usos backstage with Solo, with Paul Heyman. Tonight is the night. Oh. Success is your only avenue? Your tribal chief wants you to know. He gives Solo tape. Tonight is the night. Solo is taping up. He's got that Samoan spike ready. Damn. Oh, no way. Rob Van Dam. I never heard rumors about Rob Van Dam. Michael P.S. Hayes. That's sick, isn't it? Rob Van Dam. I haven't seen him. I thought he was going to be in a Rumble the other year. We never saw him. 16 picks on SmackDown. Rest of SmackDown Lowdown was announced on Twitter earlier. James, shout out to you. Rob Van Dam. Didn't recognize him without women draped all over him. That's a nice honor, that is, for Michael P.S. Hayes, isn't it? Fabulous Freebird. So, yeah, good stuff, man. Your tribal chief wants you to know tonight is the night. And Solo tapes up. Doesn't give a flip, does he? Solo. Those are his brothers. Did Triple H say something about trades? Could Cody still end up on Raw? Well, Cody is on Raw. I didn't hear him say anything about trades. Could there be a trade? Yeah, can't see any reason why there can't be a trade. Brenton said, I apologize if you spoke about it, but who would you put the World Heavyweight belt on? Cornette had a segment saying there's no right answer beside Randy. Cody having it would bury him. Yeah, Cody's not right. Cody ain't right. Who would I put it on? I would put it on Finn or Seth. I wouldn't put it on Randy. I wouldn't put it on Randy because Randy is injured. And even when he comes back, it might take a while to get him up to any kind of level. Feels like Seth is maybe in the conversation for biggest star other than Roman. But as we said, he's not had the great time of it. He lost 3 matches to Cody last year, lost to Riddle in the fight pit, lost the United States title against Bobby and Theory in a triple threat Survivor Series. Did manage to get a win on Logan, but it was Logan. His theme song's definitely over, and people like Seth. I've got no concerns that people don't rate Seth, right? But it's just, I don't know. He's just lacking a bit of momentum for me at the moment. But he would still be one of the front runners for it. So Seth, I think Finn. I love the callback. I Wrestle with Andy came up with it, or he was the first I saw mention it, about how Finn won the Universal title and then had to relinquish it just 24 hours later. So you could put it on Finn as a callback to how the Universal Championship started. And this would be the title reign that we never got. I really like that. And, him against AJ, him against Seth, him against Bobby. These are big matches. But I agree. I really vehemently do not think that the first world title that Cody should get should be this one. Really am very against it. Just because this is not a belt with any history, any lineage. Right now, we're going to have to work hard to make this belt mean something because WWE have just created a belt out of nowhere and said, this is the World Heavyweight title. But it doesn't mean anything. It's got no history. It's, and that's not the first world title Cody should win. And you would think WWE would understand that. You'd think Triple H would understand that. So is there a chance we could see a draft? Like a trade? Maybe. One of a kind. Right, here's Rob Van Dam. One of a kind. It's been a while, innit? I hadn't seen any rumors about Rob Van Dam. Rob Van Dam. Rob Van Dam. And here's Michael P.S. Hayes. There we're seeing the Performance Center. So we've got our eyes on the NXT Performance Center. Zoe Stark sat in the front row. Don't know if that means anything. Sat next to Apollo. Second round. I think there's a good chance we could get an NXT talent in this. So Street Profits. Yeah, Street Profits to SmackDown. That's no great surprise. They were, you know, we said they'll go wherever Bianca goes. They don't get split. Street Profits don't get split. They get drafted together. RBD chance. Fantastic to see you two, says Rob Van Dam. Raw. Imperium. So the IC title is going to Raw. That's interesting. That's interesting. The IC title, Imperium, making their way to Raw. I like him going there because he is someone that could win that World Heavyweight title at some point. I think he will. I can see him feuding with Cody as well. Oh, Edge. Edge goes to SmackDown. Edge goes to SmackDown. Could we see an Edge Roman feuds? Stay. Edge to SmackDown. Imperium to Raw. Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is Monday. There's only a certain list that they're picking from tonight. The others will get done on Monday, and Seth's Monday. Riddle. Riddle is a top pick for Raw. Matt Riddle, Raw. Bro. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking Edge. I'm thinking Edge Roman. I'm thinking that means that Theory must be on his way over to... Theory must be coming to SmackDown. Nothing surprising yet, says Big Guy. I think there's been quite a few things surprising. I did not expect Cody to be on a different brand to Roman. Intercontinental Championship going over to Raw. As you said, I think that means that Theory is making his way to SmackDown. Riddle was high, wasn't he? Matt Riddle as what, the 4th pick for Raw? Matt Riddle. That's high. I mean, do we need... Drew hasn't been picked. Damage Control haven't been picked. OC haven't been picked. Just big names that haven't been picked. But Matt Riddle... It's always interesting because it's kind of a sign of where you're seen in the company. I think Matt Riddle being the 4th Raw pick is very surprising. Do we need to start thinking about him being in the conversation for that World Heavyweight Championship? I think we probably do. Angelo Dawkins got drafted before Gunther and Edge. It's how it should be, Wrestle with Andy. It's how it should be. So we've had 2 rounds of the drafts. We've got the Street Profits in the ring. They're still together. We're back in the blue. Want the smoke. Okay, so who are they facing? Ricochet and Braun, is it? Okay, so Street Profits in the ring. Is Judgment Day parting ways? No, they're drafted Monday, aren't they, I think? I've got tonight's eligible list here. So, who hasn't been drafted yet? Bobby hasn't been drafted. Candice, Chelsea, Sonya. Damage Control haven't been drafted. Dexter, Dolph. Drew hasn't been drafted. Hit Row, Lacey, Maximum Male Models, Mustafa Ali, Natalia, Omos, Shinsuke. Miz hasn't been drafted. OC haven't been drafted, which is mental. Because you pick the OC, you get AJ Styles, Gallows, Anderson, and Mia Yim. But apparently, Riddle is more valuable than all 4 of those put together. Apparently, Matt Riddle is more valuable to Raw than Bayley, Io Sky, and Dakota Kai. I mean, it's not a great sign of confidence, is it? It's not a great confidence show if you have to get like put in a group with some other people and then you're still not selected. I mean, poor AJ Styles. I mean, you'd expect AJ to just be a top pick anyway. You'd expect him to be a top pick. I understand he's just had a bit of an injury, but... Well, I'll tell you what, we'll sweeten the deal. We'll put Gallows and Anderson in there, and you can have Mia Yim as well. Still not drafted. Still not drafted. Forget about it. Right, Street Profits against LWO against Braun and Ricochet. Got don't know what this is, just a little showcase thing, I would imagine. Right, the Latino World Order. And we've got Braun, we've got Ricochet. Hopefully we'll see some returns, like Matt Cardona, Eric Young, Bray Wyatt, says Hayden. What about a hot woman lap dance on Matt Riddle? I don't think that's the WWE way in 2023. Ricochet thrown over the top onto Street Profits, onto the LWO. Braun. If the Usos don't get drafted to SmackDown, that would be crazy, said NYC Mano War. Ilya Dragunov will be drafted to Raw to face Gunther. That's a great shout. I like that. Brian said, wonder if Braun Strowman is going to hit Ricochet off the turnbuckle again. That was funny, man. Whoa! Just hurled him in. Yeah, that was good. It was a botch, but it was a funny botch. And actually, it really fits their team because Braun is like the strong man and Ricochet is the high flyer, and him not knowing his own strength, you could have some fun with that, but you've got to be safe, you know. Braun just yelling as always. Braun turning on Ricochet. He just threw him down the rope. It'd be hilarious if they accidentally draft Roderick Strong. I heard he was suffering from concussion when he threw him. Lacey Evans just snapped off during the dark match before SmackDown against Shotzi. Just snapped off? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Braun Strongman is a comedy sketch, says Brian. I'm thinking Pretty Deadly are drafted tonight, or maybe Dragunov or Tyler Bate, says Trent. What picks have we had so far, says Matt? So far, we have had Bloodline and Bianca, Street Profits, and Edge to SmackDown. Raw has had Becky, Riddle, Imperium, and Cody. Cody to Raw. He's on Raw anyway, but yeah, that's been a big conversation piece, actually. A lot of people expected him to go to the same brand as Roman to finish the story. But he's gone to a different brand, which is a bit strange. Lacey's top snapped off. She had a wardrobe malfunction. Do you see Thea Hale calling Meltzer and Alvarez liars for claiming she's injured when she isn't? I didn't. You go, Thea. You go. She's only 19. Causing stir in the pot, causing some trouble. Love it. Right. Street Profits. Cody will win the Rumble and face Roman at Mania. Is he going to be allowed to do that? Is he going to be allowed to choose, or are you going to have to face the champ on your brand? I mean, you could be right. It could go that way. That would mean, though, that we've got to get all the way through to WrestleMania. We've got another 12 months of Roman as champion. Braun and Ricochet. Yeah, you could be right. You absolutely could be right. Do you see any NXT call-ups tonight? No. Imagine we've shown them sat in NXT. Imagine if by the end of tonight, not a single NXT call-up, and then we go back to NXT and they're all just sat there going, "So no one's got called up." Yeah, because you're not good enough. You don't deserve to get called up. No, there probably will be. Otherwise, why do we keep showing them? My only guess what Cody is on Raw is because USA Network want a top star, a must-see act. I must say there's a chance Cody wins Money in the Bank, announces he's going to challenge Roman at SummerSlam. No, cash in. Yep. Cody winning Money in the Bank and announcing it. I can get with that. It's so weird with Cody because I feel like his story is so specific. His story is achieving something that no one else in his family has achieved. And I think if you give him a belt that just doesn't mean anything, or if he cashes in, people will be excited for him in that moment. But once the moment has passed, like the next morning, you know, the conversation will soon start. Is that how he should have got his first, world WWE championship, by cashing in? Like, is he really the champ? Is he good enough to be the champ? This is because what the story is about his family not being good enough, really. Dusty never won the belt. you have to say, not good enough to win the belt. He had his opportunity, he didn't do it, he didn't take it, he didn't win it. Goldust never won it. Cody never won it. So it's about proving that his family is good enough. And of course they are, but that's the story. So if he is going to cash in, the question marks about, are they good enough would still remain, because that's it's a cheeky way to win a title, innit? Cashing in on someone when they're down. And winning a belt that's just been created out of nowhere that Roman isn't even allowed to compete for. Do you answer the is he good enough conversation by winning that? So it is a very strange situation we find ourselves in with Cody. It's not a situation we have with anyone else. It's a very unique finish the story type situation, So that's why this one is, being spoken about so much. Ricochet going up top. Dawkins down. Ricochet perched. No, Dawkins moves out the way. Big shot there. Knee strike by Ricochet. Montez in the corner, going up top. Here's Montez. Big frog splash. 1, 2, 3. Montez gets the pin and the win. Aiden Davidson, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well. Would you want to see Braun to SmackDown, Ricochet to Raw? Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm not feeling their tag team, to be honest. I don't see them as being a tag team long term. I can't see us sat here in 2 years with Braun and Ricochet still a team. They don't have matching gears. They don't have a tag team name. It just feels like they've been thrown together because we just don't know what else to do with them. It's something for a short term fix, So yeah, for me, I would definitely look to separate them sooner rather than later. I just don't think we need them. Don't think we need them as a tag team. Hollywood guy said the CEO won't let Cody win that belt. It's sad. Well, that's a theory that's out there. It's not a theory that I personally agree with. I think it's a case that they're making him work for it, which I don't mind, to be honest. I did have people saying before WrestleMania in the chat, has he earned it? Has he done enough? And it sounds weird because it's Cody and he's coming up to 40. And we all remember, well, I say this is the problem. I say we all remember Dashing Cody Rhodes. We all remember Legacy. We all remember Stardust. The truth of the matter is we don't. We don't all remember those things because a lot of time has passed. And obviously there's people getting into wrestling all the time. And since Cody was with us last time, there's been a lot of people that have come into wrestling that weren't around when he was around. So to a lot of people, he came back, had 3 matches at pay-per-view against Seth, won them all, got injured, came back, won the Rumble. Has he done enough to win that title? And I can understand the argument of no, he hasn't, to be honest. On this run, he hasn't done enough to, win a Rumble, win a belt. Still, I still thought they would go that way, though. I was still surprised they didn't pull the trigger on it. But I fully expect him to be champion, WWE champion at some point. I like the ideas of him cashing in Money in the Bank, announcing it. I like the idea of him winning Rumble. And maybe next year we see him going for the belt there. I don't know what we're going to do with him in the short term, though. I mean, I suppose Money in the Bank isn't that far away, is it? So I suppose once he's done with this feud with Brock, it does make you question, though, why put him on a different brand, though? If your plan is to have him win the WWE title or challenge for the WWE title at SummerSlam, if he wins it, does that then mean he has to move to SmackDown? Because he can't win the WWE Undisputed title and stay on Raw because the world's heavyweight champion is on Raw. Don't get it. Perhaps if he wins, he'll have to change brands. But then that just makes you question why put him on this brand to start with. There's JBL and Teddy Long player. Holla holla. Okay, so Street Profits won. Bad Bunny is on SmackDown next week. We've got Teddy Long and JBL with round 3. Let's go. But Trina said, I probably came back watching full time in 2016, 2017 after stopping in 2010 after finding it a bit stale. Under Triple H, I think there are definite improvements from years ago in recent years. Brenton said, I couldn't help but think of Cody being world heavyweight champ being like him getting a TNT belt in AEW. Cornette said pretty much the same. This stinks of creating a belt just to give it to Cody. Agree? No, I disagree. I disagree because I don't think they've created a belt just to give it to Cody. I think they've created a belt because they need a belt. Apparently, USA Network have wanted a world champion. They feel like something's missing from the show. They want a world champion, but obviously so does Fox. So, you know, we had 2 belts before. We did a big program where we unified them at WrestleMania. I have no idea why we never separated them after that. I was constantly waiting for them to find a way of separating them. And it's just got to the point where we've just created a new belt. So I don't think this is for Cody. I don't think this is a belt that's just been brought in just for him. I think it's more for the networks, to be honest. But it's still, you know, can't deny that Cody's been drafted to that brand and is seemingly going to be competing for it, which I am very surprised about. Danny said, I missed round 2. Who got picked? Street Profits and Edge went to SmackDown. Imperium and Riddle went to Raw. And round 3 is coming up. Jamie Wyman, shout out to you. Is there a Teddy Long t-shirt on WWE Shop? I don't think so. Can have a look. I mean, he might be under some sort of deal. Normally, if they are under some sort of deal, they tend to get some merch. Teddy Long. But I don't know that Teddy Long... No. I just put Teddy Long in and nothing comes back, so... Sadly not. No merch for Teddy Long. Mark said, bring back Raw versus SmackDown. Separation is best. Well, I think you will see separation, to be honest. I think they are gonna try for separate brands. But then saying that, you know, I don't know. I don't know how people will feel about the Money in the Bank winner being able to challenge. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense. If you are on Raw and you win Money in the Bank, you should have to go after your title, really. Because you've got no business going after a different brand that you've got nothing to do with. Same with Royal Rumble, really, if we're being strict about it. I mean, you can argue it's more exciting to give them that freedom, but yeah, I mean, there was a time where like Raw and SmackDown was basically like WWE and WCW. They were just completely separate, just doing their own things. Some people really enjoy that, but then some people don't mind a little bit of crossover, you know? I suppose it's a preference thing, isn't it? Okay, here's Teddy Long. Teddy Long's come out and does the little dance, goes over. This is going to be round number 3. Round number 3. Right, where are we? We're actually past halfway already. Okay, here we go. Bobby Lashley has been selected. And he is going to SmackDown. Bobby to SmackDown. Bobby to SmackDown. How do we feel about that? I mean, I just think Bobby Roman. Drew goes to Raw. Where's Damage Control? Where's the OC? Where's Damage Control? I mean, I got no issue with Drew. Round 3 is quite low down. We haven't seen any NXT stars yet. Come on. OC. OC making their way to SmackDown could be fun. Meechin, AJ Styles, Anderson, and Gallows. We need to see, we really need to see Meechin do more with the OC. Granted, they've not been around, so, you know. The Miz on Raw. So, SmackDown just drafted Bobby and the OC. I like the OC pick. Raw drafted Drew and Miz. And the group that Triple H put together, one of the first things that Triple H did when he took over, you might remember he only took over like, what, a few weeks before SummerSlam? A lot of people don't really count SummerSlam as being a Triple H show because it was so close to him taking over. Feels like a lot of that show was probably already in place and put together. Well, one of the things he definitely did was get on the phone to Dakota Kai and say, I want you to come back. I want to do some at SummerSlam, and call up EO and bring Bayley back and form Damage Control. That is one of the very first things he does. 3 rounds of picks. No Damage Control. Probably not a great sign for how well they've done as a group. Right, so round 3 is done. Chelsea Green is at ringside. Sonya Deville is in the ring. Zelina Vega making her way in. This should be a win for Zelina. Obviously, Zelina is going to need to be built up because she is going to be facing Rhea Ripley at Backlash. Zelina versus Sonya Deville. Right, let's do halftime scores, shall we? We'll see what people are thinking. Let's get some halftime scores in. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Still no NXT as well. I mean, I know you can't draft everyone. I know we're sat here saying Damage Control and all that, but still not a single NXT person. Are you happy or you sad? Where's the NXT call-ups? Yeah, I don't know. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I don't know. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, Drew mid-card tire. Just sit here like this. Right. People putting in their scores, though. Killer with an 8. Litmo with an 8. Aiden with a 7.75. LD Cool with an 8. AR1 with a 4. Bexar with a 6. Do you think Jake Paul will come to WWE? Maybe one day. I don't think anytime soon because he is... Well, he's got a boxing thing with Nate Diaz. Then he's got to do an MMA fight. There's rumors of him and KSI at the end of the year. So he's got a lot going on. 8, says Ryan Gambler. Bryson says 10. Sonia Deville got a jobber's entrance, says LB. Maureen with an 8. Arborus with a 6. Zachary with a 6. Aaron said, only kidding, 7.5. Jeremy with an 8. Alfie with a 7.8. Mitchell said, I don't know, 7. I'm happy to see AJ get back into it. What about you? I would give this show I don't know what I'd give this show. I think it's a hard show to score. It's a hard show to score because there's a lot about the draft that I'm like confused by. There's a lot about the draft that is not what I would do, but you know, apparently they've got stories and stuff planned for months in advance. So there's a reason for these things. We just don't know these reasons yet. So yeah, I'd say there's some surprising picks here. As a result, though, it means that like you're kind of just left scratching your head a little bit. Which, I mean, in a way, the alternative is that it's all super predictable. So yeah, it's the in-ring stuff's irrelevant tonight, isn't it? Really, it's not really about the in-ring, apart from our main event, which they've really, you know, built up. Really, tonight is about the draft. The talking point is the draft. So, yeah, a difficult one to score, a real difficult one to score. But, I mean, look, so many talking points. The one thing that you're not struggling with tonight is talking points. The one thing, I mean, if you woke up tomorrow, you would want to know what happened tonight, wouldn't you? This is a show that you're going to want the results of, so... Zelina Vega picks up the win. Hollywood Guy said, what happened with Io? She staying on Raw or going to SmackDown to face Bianca? Io is going to be facing Bianca. Rhea Ripley's in the ring. Rhea Ripley has arrived. So Io is going to face Bianca. Bianca is seemingly the SmackDown Women's Champ, but I don't think this comes into effect till May 8th after Backlash. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that Io wins that match, to be honest. But if she does win, then I'm guessing that means that we'll have to wait and see where Damage Control get drafted. If Damage Control go to SmackDown, it's not going to matter. Because really, that match between Io and Bianca is now for the SmackDown Women's title. Because apparently on May 8th, those belts are just going to change, aren't they? Okay, so Rhea comes down and attacks Zelina. Zelina is victorious. I think we're going to commercial break. Boom, commercial break. Momentum for Zelina, as always, says Juan. Days, why do WWE always show footage and clips of old WWE stars? Is AEW mad at them? Is WWE trying to bring back old former WWE stars? What do you mean, buds? What do you mean? Give me an example. I don't know what you mean. Check Sean Ross Sapp. It's about the draft, says James. Sean Ross Sapp. Sean Ross Sapp. I can't see anything. He's just talking about what we've seen. His last one said, round 3, SmackDown gets Bobby, OC, Raw gets Drew and The Miz. Before that, round 2. Don't know, but it's just just him talking about the picks. Raw is perfect for Cody if you think about it. A whole extra hour to get some more melodramatic promos, said Aubrey Edwards. Who gives an F about how tall a wrestler is, says Sean. Brenton said, all these picks and no Austin Theory going to save him and NXT guys for Monday. Yeah, well, not the NXT guys, but I don't think Theory's on the list tonight. He isn't, yeah. So this is the list of names that we can draft tonight. It's only these people that are eligible. So the NXT picks, I can't explain other than I don't think there's anyone there that's really setting the world on fire. I mean, we've had 12 picks so far. So, you know, no NXT talent in the top 12. That's probably understandable. I mean, I don't think Caden and Katana or Tyler Bate or Zoe Stark or... I don't know. I think Grayson Waller would have been really good as an early pick. If you was going to bring Grayson... They did that before. Do you remember when they drafted... Do you remember when they drafted... Balor? They drafted Finn Balor and he was like the second pick or something. It was like a big statement of, we like this guy. This is a guy you need to be aware of. That was good, that was. That sent a good message. You know, if you're going to bring up Braun, for example, Braun would have been a great early pick. Perhaps we'll see him in the fourth round of drafts. What I hope is they don't just shout them out after the show, you know, where there's going to be like some picks made after the show. That wouldn't be great. Right, we're backstage with Zelina and Santos. Here's Ray. I feel like the LWO has lit a spark in me. Zelina says she's ready. Only you need to believe. Whatever people say about your chances against Rhea, only you need to believe. You'll leave Puerto Rico as the new SmackDown Women's Champ. Then you'll have to give that belt over to Bianca. But and then you'll be Raw Women's Champ. And then we don't know where the LWO are going yet, do we? Hey, AJ Styles is here. The whole OC are here. Yay! Mia Yim's got her family back. Hey. Yeah! I'm here for this. AJ Styles. OC in the house. Love to see it. Things you love to see. This. Yeah, man. Hopefully they're going to cut a promo and they're going to remind the world about what they're all about, you know? Let's go. King Yeti 1. Shout out to you, buds. King Yeti 1 said, I can't watch Raw, so they took Gunther and Rhea from me. I am not that happy. Why can't you watch Raw? Do you not have the channel or something? Because, you know, there are ways of watch wrestling. If you want to watch wrestling on the internet, you know, you can always watch wrestling. If I want to watch football, I go to Google and I put watch football. If I want to watch someone knitting, I put watch knitting. If I want to watch wrestling, I could put watch wrestling and see if that works. I don't know. Just say. I don't want you to miss out on Raw. No need for you to miss out on Raw, King Yeti. Unless you're working, can't watch it live, and then by the time you get to it, it's already spoiled, kind of a thing. I could understand that. But would you like to see Bron Breakker go to Raw and win the World Heavyweight Championship? No, thank you. No, I'm not. I'm not into this mood. Let's move a million miles an hour kind of booking. We've got Viking Raiders and Valhalla have stepped into the ring. OC, handle your business. So AJ gets out the way. He tells the OC to handle their business. Mia Yim goes after Valhalla. Gallows and Anderson, this would be a great feud, in all fairness. Now we've just destroyed the Viking Raiders again. It's a great feud, but we have just murdered the Viking Raiders. I mean, that's a feud I could watch. I could watch that feud. Who are they meant... If they're going to kill the Viking Raiders and Valhalla, who are we meant to feud against? Why are we doing this to the Viking Raiders? Phenomenal forearm by AJ. King Yeti said it. I can't watch it live. Maybe you can avoid the results and then just get it on catch-up. I know that'll be hard to do. Just have to avoid social media for a little bit. Might be able to find a way of making it work. For example, here in the UK, a lot of people can't watch it live. There's Shawn Michaels. Yeah, a lot of people can't watch live because it's on at 1 a.m, so they have to go to school or they have to go to work. Try and avoid and Road Dogg. Avoid the results, which can be a bit tricky. Okay, draft round 4. Now. Who is in charge of NXT? Shawn Michaels. Who is announcing the next round of picks? Shawn Michaels. Are we going to get some NXT stars now? Computer says yes. So, it's got to be NXT. It's got to be. If there is not at least one NXT star in this round, I will be stunned. Stunned. Because it would make sense to save it for Shawn. Because, you know, Shawn announcing, welcoming them to the main roster. Checks out, done it, adds up. Wrestle with Andy said, it's the all-new vicious Viking Raiders. Yeah, we're going to have to just reset them again. They're probably due another reset. I cannot believe that we took them off TV for ages, brought back Valhalla, did loads of these vignettes, and now they're just basically the Stooges. They're the Singh brothers. They're J&J Security. They just literally job out for people. I mean, wasn't it last week they lost to Braun and Ricochet? Which, you know, I mean, Braun and Ricochet are credible wrestlers. There's no shame in that. But they're not a tag team that have been together for a long time. Like, and Viking Raiders were War Raiders and have been on, like, you know, New Japan and the indie scene, and they're a proper tag team. I can't understand. How are we making the tag division better by jobbing out the Viking Raiders? I don't get it. Some of this booking I just don't get. Do you know what would be useful if Triple H could come here and just explain himself? That would be useful, in all fairness, because he'd be like, no, actually what I'm doing is I'm doing this now, but I've got this plan for him. You'd be like, oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So King Yeti 1, shout out to you. The Viking jobbers. Right, next round. Hit Row are going to be future endeavored, said Bismo. Braun Strowman is going to be driving a pace car. Yes. Great news. Right, here's Sean. What I will say is I do like them having legends come out to read out the picks. I like this way of doing it. I think this is good. It's just a good way to get some legends onto the show. You know, it's always great to see Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels, Road Dogg then. Time for round number 4. HBK. Sean's like, no. Keep it coming. Right. Damage Control. To Raw. We got the power. We got the rage inside. Oh, no, SmackDown. I thought he said Raw. SmackDown for EO, Bailey, Dakota. Oh, that'll be fun. Raw selects Shinsuke. Nakamura to Raw. It doesn't matter who wins the Raw's title. We're going to get a title swap. Yeah. So, whoever wins the Raw Women's Championship on the Saturday will be the SmackDown Women's Champion by the Friday. I'm not thrilled. SmackDown selects. Alba Fire and Alba Fire and Isla Dawn are going to SmackDown. Those are the current SmackDown Women's Tag Champs. And they don't know, and they're in tears. Oh, it's so nice seeing these vampire creatures of the night in tears. Isla Dawn with the spells and everything. She's there going, I can't believe it. My dreams come true. If you didn't like that last one, I don't know if you can lose your smile twice. It's a great line. Oh, well, no way. And she's got her leg in a boot as well. Indy Hartwell is going to Raw. Oh, man. We've trashed NXT. We've trashed it. We've set it on fire. Hey, you know you women's tag champs? Gone. Hey, you know you women's NXT champ? Gone. Let's take Carmelo as well. We've trashed NXT. Alba Fire, Isla Dawn, Indy Hartwell. I don't know if it's possible for you to lose your smile twice. It's a great line. This was my favorite part of the show so far. That's nice. Look at the smile on Indy's face. We're going over to the NXT Performance Center. Isla Dawn. I like this. I like NXT getting this kind of spotlight. Caden just walked out in the background. Oh, here's... We want a tag title match this Tuesday on NXT. I just saw Caden get up in the background. Now they've come over and they've issued a challenge for the tag titles. Well, they'll lose, won't they? You can't take them with you. I really thought they would call up Katana and Caden. And they've called up Isla and Alba. That's really strange. If I'm Caden and Katana, I'm thinking, what the flip do I have to do? Oh, hello. Shinsuke attacked. Shinsuke attacked. Karrion Kross attacking Shinsuke. Caden and Katana challenge Alba and Isla. Nakamura attacked. Is there anyone good that hasn't been drafted yet that now finds themselves below Isla Dawn and Alba Fire? I want to have a look at that list. Who's below Isla Dawn and Alba Fire in WWE's standing? Let's have a look. Barbie Candice hasn't been drafted. Dexter Loomis hasn't been drafted. Dolph Ziggler hasn't been drafted. Hit Row haven't been drafted. Lacey Evans, Maximum Male Models, Mustafa Ali, Natalia Omos, Viking Raiders. In all fairness, I think we have ticked off a lot of the big ones. In all fairness. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go. Right. Main event time. Main event? Jeez. Gee whiz. I understand you got to save picks for Monday. It's underwhelming to anyone. Braun isn't even the first NXT pick. No. I mean, they said selected NXT names, so maybe Braun's not eligible until Monday, but yeah, I don't know. It's strange, isn't it? I didn't think they'd have champions selected. We were watching NXT and we were like, oh, wow. This means that they won't be taking Indy then because she retained the title. Raph, the current NXT Women's Champ. I mean, I don't hate it because it means anyone can get drafted. Do you know what I mean? Anyone can get drafted. Anything can happen. So, I don't hate it. It's just a little weird, isn't it? It's just a little bit strange. Because she had a match on Tuesday. She could have lost the belt. Maybe they're thinking it'll get people to tune in on Tuesday to find out what happens. Although, I think we just got an answer. Because I think Caden and Katana will get the women's tag belts. But what's going to happen with the women's title? Going to need another ladder match. Oh, my God. Coach Coat said, school. Who needs school? I dropped out of school and I'm doing fine. Babidi, skippity skip, anybody over, do break ends, duty, madly cuff chicken, Kelly Deer, Ely Gaga, Daddy C, AEW, put in send ads, got rut. I mean, some of those I don't even think are actual words. I mean, I can only put this down to AI. Can only put it down to AI. Either that or just one of the worst breakdowns we've ever seen. Don't know. Coach Co, shout out to you. Coach Co got high, said so killer. I think so as well. Coach Co is proof. Don't do meth, kids. No. Maybe that's the problem. He said school. Who needs school? Perhaps someone said don't do meth and he thought it was don't do math. And that's why he's avoided school. He's been doing loads of meth. It's math that he's been avoiding. Come on, Koji Co. Does someone need a cuddle? Do you reckon that's all it is? Do you reckon we need to find Coach Co? Just hold him. If it is a him, might not be a him. I don't know. Might be a tree or something. But like, perhaps just needs a cuddle. Maybe everything will be all right. Alfie said, this draft sucks. Honestly, I saw all these come in. AJ return, obvious. Indy drafted, and tag were the only surprise, and I don't care. Alfie not feeling it. Alfie saw it all coming. I think there's some surprises. I did not see the Cody thing come in personally. I didn't see Cody go into a different brand to Roman. I didn't think they would do the horrible belt swapping thing again, but they have. I didn't see Alba. I didn't see the NXT champs coming up. I didn't see Alba Fire. I've been saying all week, I think Katana, Caden stand a good chance because they've been long time NXT women's champs. So what else is there for them to do? I mean, Casey Catanzaro has been down in NXT for so long. So long. I mean, if you're not going to call her up, what is she doing there? Unless they just like her and they think it's worth keeping her around because, you know, she's reliable, she's good for TV. I don't know. Are they keeping them just for NXT? Because they can use them for NXT. They're not good enough for the main roster, but we can use them in NXT. I don't know. If I was Caden and Katana, I'd be knocking on that door, let me tell you. What the flip have we got to do? Been NXT Women's Champ, like one of the longest reigns. They don't have the belts right now. I like Indy coming up, though. I mean, put her with Candice. I think that's great for both. There's a press conference next Friday at noon. Backlash press conference. Get excited, guys. Gonna stream live. It's gonna stream live. Backlash press conference. People are forgetting there's 2 nights. We will see Elia, Tyler, Grayson, Cora, Roxanne get drafted on Monday, says Trent. Oh, yeah, the announcement about the new title. So they're just showing off the belt and the announcement that was made on Monday. Please tell me the draft that happens. Well, we've had 4 rounds of drafts. So Bloodline, Bianca to SmackDown, Cody, Becky to Raw. Then we had Street Profits and Edge to SmackDown, Imperium and Riddle to Raw. Bobby and OC to SmackDown, Drew and Miz to Raw. And then we just had round number 4, and that was Damage Control, Alba Fire and Isla Dawn to SmackDown. It's a lot of women, isn't it? That's 5 women in 2 picks for SmackDown. It's a lot of women. Nakamura and Indy Hartwell to Raw. Oh, look at that kid in the background. Just having a great time. Right, there's the draft. There's the draft picks for SmackDown. Isla Dawn, Alba Fire. So they're just showing what the SmackDown roster looks like so far. Sign in the background says Roman Reigns sucks. I'm that kid now. She was sticking her fingers up now. Thumbs up. She's having a great time. So we've got the The SmackDown picks. The Raw pick. There ain't many Raw picks, is there? There's loads on SmackDown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. About 16 on SmackDown. And there's 10 on Raw. They've got it the wrong way round. SmackDown's the 2-hour show. Jeez. 16 picks for SmackDown because SmackDown have been clever. They've just been hammering factions. Yeah, we'll have the OC. Yeah, we'll have Damage Control. Whereas Raw's just been taking like lots of single individual people. They did get Imperium, in all fairness. Other than that, just single names. Right. Over 18.5 billion streams for Bad Bunny. That's a lot, isn't it? That is a lot. Right, Kevin Owens and Sammy in the ring. KO is fired up. We know there's big repercussions here. It gets sorted tonight. Since day one-ish. Days, wouldn't that mean that they would need to crown a new NXT Women's Champ the same way when Paige had to drop the title? Yes. Yeah, I'm sure we will get fallout of that on Tuesday. Barrett said that Raw and SmackDown superstars will compete to win the new World Heavyweight Championship. Have I heard that right? No, it should just be Raw superstars. Why does Sammy look conflicted again, says Ernest. He wants to try and get the Usos to see sense. He can see what's happening. For some reason, they can't. But he keeps trying to talk to them. So this is for the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships. I'm so happy for Indy Hartwell. I've always wanted her to do well, says Harry. Did you see the way that Sammy was looking at Kevin? I didn't. Just getting their intros right now. I mean, they have teased, didn't they, earlier that Kevin would turn on Sammy. So perhaps he was just looking like, are you going to turn on me? Can I trust you? Are you my brother? I mean, it wouldn't be the biggest shock if he turned on him. Look what Sammy did to him when he was in the bloodline. Right, the Usos jump Sammy and Kevin, and we are underway. Outlaw Angel said, my heart wants Usos to win, but my brain says Sammy and Owens will win. Papa said, I'm peeved that Elia's not called up. He deserves a call-up. He might get called up on Monday. There is still more to be sorted on Raw. A lot more, actually. It looks as if Bianca and Io both on SmackDown. There's no solution but a title swap with Rhea. Mm-hmm. Only way KO is burying the hatchet is if it's in the back of Sammy. In the end, said Zach's wasting time. I got there in the end, Zach. I don't know why. I just completely forgot. Had lost the ability to read. Yeah, he. They've been friends and turned on each other so many times. Could absolutely go that way. But I am peeved. Elia's not called up, says Papa. Watson says you need a draft background for Monday. Big Time Back said nearly 400-day title reign for Bianca just to restart a new title reign. I don't understand. I genuinely don't even know how it works. I mean, if she's going to have the SmackDown title, like, I don't know how it works. I mean, I don't think it starts again. I mean, it must start again from a SmackDown title point of view. But her being a world champion, I mean, those days will still count, obviously. But yeah, I mean, technically her SmackDown reign will have to start from zero. It's just mental, innit? It's just, imagine if we did that with Roman. Imagine if Roman gave up his Universal nearly 1,000 days and switched it with another belt and everything. It's just ridiculous. I hate it. Really hate it. But, you know, WWE don't, to be honest, it's not something that I think bothers the average fan, to be honest. I think you've really got to be into the show, into the story, into the lineage to like even care, you know? I think the average fan's like, who cares? The red belt's now a blue belt. Get over it. Yeah. I think that would be the, what was once red is now blue. Boo-hoo. But it's not, is it? Because we're talking about how long she's had the reign of the belt for, and you know if you look back in the history of the belt, it's going to be this champ beat this champ, this champ beat this champ then swapped the title with that champ, so now that line continues over, and it just gets messy. Horrible. I could rant about it for hours, but it's not the first time we've seen it. It won't be the last. Just got to accept it. Just got to accept it. Matthew said, what do you think the WWE Draft? Who's had the better draft, SmackDown or Raw? SmackDown by a mile. SmackDown. It's had more people. And it's also got Roman, Bianca. So I would say that SmackDown's done better. SmackDown's got damage control as well. So, I mean, SmackDown has got Bayley, Io, Dakota. Granted, you know, you look over at Raw, they did get Imperium. That was a good pickup. And they obviously got Cody. That was a good pickup. But I think that Riddle pick was very strange. I think that Riddle pick was bizarre. So right now, Raw needs numbers. It needs bodies. It's, as I said, I'm sure on that graphic, it's about 16 people have gone to SmackDown. Only 10 to Raw. Kojiko says, here we go. Londonderry Armament Carnage Snarls Socks Sunday Die. The Talking Tree refused to give the secret password for the underground toe-sucking club. I can believe there's an underground toe-sucking club. And I can believe that William Hensey is a founding member. The Talking Tree refused to give the secret password for the underground toe-sucking club. Do you know what? I actually really like that line. I like that line. The Talking Tree refused to give the secret password for the underground toe-sucking club. I'll tell you why I like that line. There's a bar in London. It's called the Mayor of Scaredy Cat Town, and it's a speakeasy. So you go into the bar, you go up to the guy that is in the restaurant, it's just a restaurant, and you say, can I see the Mayor of Scaredy Cat Town? And he goes, follow me, goes to a fridge, opens the fridge, and the fridge is stairs that go down, and you go to a secret bar. And obviously in America, I believe you've got speakeasies, of course. I mean, I think it came from Prohibition. So we don't have many in the UK, though. That's one that I'm aware of. It's when alcohol was illegal, so you used to have to hide the bars. But Mayor of Scaredy Cat Town in London is one. But I went there. I went there. I wanted to try it. And I went, can I see the Mayor of Scaredy Cat Town? And he went, I'm afraid the mayor's not in at the moment. And apparently it was closed, so I wasn't allowed. I'm afraid the mayor's not in. I was like, oh, God. The mayor might be in at 5:30. I'm not around at 5:30. So that line, the Talking Tree refused to give the secret password for the underground toe-sucking club. Just made me think of that a little. I don't think there was toe-sucking going on in the Mayor of Scaredy Cat Town, but, you know, you never know. Depends how the night goes, doesn't it? Right, we are underway with this main event. We've got 14 minutes to go. Rick said, we've got a cool speakeasy bar. It's called The Safe House with a question to enter. I was talking about it earlier today. I've never managed to get in one. I'd love to get that. In fairness, that's the only one I know of in London. I don't know of any in Birmingham. We didn't have Prohibition, so we didn't have those kind of places. But... and I don't know. I'm guessing they still exist in America, as you say. But yeah, I'd love to go into one. I just think it's just fun and it's cool, different. Do you know what I mean? Feels special, even though hundreds of thousands of people have done it. You know, Scaredy Cat Town is one of those that's even on. You can search like things to do in London, like. Fun things to do in London. I've seen it on those kind of lists as well. So it's if you go looking for it, you'd find information on it. But yeah, I'd love to go into one. I bet from what I've heard, the drink prices are mental though, so expensive because they can charge it. 'Cause it's an experience, isn't it? Blue Thunder Bomb by Sammy. Wrestle King said, I hope the new world title has got the same lineage as Big Gold's. I don't think it does, to be honest. There's been no confirmation from WWE that it does. It'll be interesting to hear the language used. Like, as soon as they crown this person, are they the first WWE World Heavyweight Champ? Like, how are they going to word it, you know? But to be honest, even if they are going to give it that lineage, like I don't see how they can, because the World Heavyweight title was combined with the WWE title. So really, their lineages have already come together. Whoever has the WWE has the World Heavyweight, the Big Gold that we used to know. So just creating a new belt and then saying that the lineage continues, I don't see how it can. I don't see how it can. It's not, that belt didn't just go away and disappear and go into an attic. It was combined with the WWE Championship. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting because honestly, they might just do it and not care. Might just be like, yeah, this goes all the way back to Big Gold. How? How does it? Don't ask questions. But it can't. Yeah, it does. But how can it? That's right. Yep, it does. Oh. Sometimes if you pay lots of attention with WWE, it counts against you. It actually works against you. It's better to be a casual fan and not ask questions. Because sometimes, like, the more that you get into it, the more that you know, the more that you're like, you can't do that because of this. And they're like, well, done it, haven't we? Lol. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll have to see. I could see WWE doing that, says Wrestle King. Someone says they have a World War bunker. I just saw the words World War bunker. That's cool. Oh, I have a World War bunker in my garden, which I have converted into an underground theatre and bar, said Cal L Cool J. That's sick. That is sick. You need to send pictures. I want to see a picture of that. Send a picture. Send it on Twitter. I want to see your converted World War II bunker. That sounds awesome. My cousin has got a World War II bunker at the bottom of his garden where you go down some steps and then it is like corrugated, you know, kind of sunken in, but he hadn't done nothing to it. It ain't the biggest. You can go in and you can, like, there's benches either side where you can just sit, but that's it. So there's not really any, there's not really much. You can't get a pool table in there or anything. You probably put a TV up, but there's no electricity, so you'd have to get all of that sorted. But yeah, that's cool, man. I love all that sort of stuff. Did you see that video of the guy who he's been putting them up on YouTube for quite a while now, where he's put his own bunker under in his garden, and he's even put a little tunnel that goes from his shed to this like room that he's just built under his garden, and it's got like his workbench and everything in there. Amazing, isn't it? Awesome. Just built it. Did it himself. I'd love to do something like that. Imagine that. Imagine having like just a massive house under the ground. Just keep going down. You could just have 20 floors going down. Couldn't you? You could have the biggest on top. It just looks tiny, but just goes all the way down. I get a bit claustrophobic though. I don't know if I'd like to be 20 floors under the ground, you know? And if you ain't got a lift, that's a long way up in it. But then saying that, you know, I mean, it'd be cool. Because you can have a gym, you could have all your figures, and you could have a wrestling floor, you could have a kitchen on one floor, you could have a bathroom, you could have your bedroom, you could have a living room, spare bedroom, a gym, maybe a swimming pool right at the bottom. Oh, that'd be sick. This is awesome, Chance. We got 8 minutes to go. That was the call. Tonight is your night. Oh, tonight is your night, Solo. What is he going on his prom? We just got the call. Tonight is your night. Perhaps he's always dreamed of being like a commentator who's going to go out and Samoan spike Michael Cole. That would be nice. Coach Coach said, fun facts have returned. I did drop out of school. Yay! Good news. Koji Co dropped out of school. Yay! Fun facts did return. Oh, look at this. I feel like we can have a proper conversation, Coach Co. Come back to us, Coach Co. I feel like we've lost you to the world of AI. I feel like you're trapped in the metaverse. KO kicked to the midsection, looking for a stunner. So, ominous words. Ominous words. Tonight is your night. Did you ever see the two guys in the jungle build that house? Oh, yeah, did, yeah. That was cool. In the sand, they just have like a stick, don't they? And they just like scratch away and dig the dirt out, whatever. They ain't got like tractors and all this. They just use like wooden sticks and whatever. Yeah, that was cool. Don't know how long those structures last for, but there's no like talking in them, is there? It's all just... very therapeutic. Some of them videos are really fun. You can get people fixing things as well, like watches and whatever, and they don't say a word. They just show the watch, get the solution, clean it up. Here's Riddle. Riddle attack Solo. Riddle attack Solo. Why's Riddle got a hat on? Riddle dealing with Solo. I thought tonight was meant to be his night. Tonight's your... Solo took out of the equation by Riddle. Kick coming in there by Usos. One, two. Shoulder up there by Kevin. Shoulder up by Kevin. Solo. It's a bit flat, wasn't it? All night we've teased Solo. Second he walks out, he gets dealt with by Riddle. Tonight is your night. Timothy said, so why is the rest of the draft pick on Peacock? I think they just focus on the top end. I think those that are left over are ones that they, I don't want to say don't care about, but are ones that they probably don't think are box office blockbuster. Shoulder up by Kevin. So it is true. The rest are going to be playing out on, I can't remember what the show's called. Smackdown Lowdown, did James say? Smackdown Lowdown. Another pin. Come on, Sammy and Kevin. Solo is going to spike the F out of the Usos. There isn't an F in Usos, Anthony. Fusos. He's gonna spike them so hard the F's gonna go out their name. KO is still down. Sammy is getting back up though. Sammy grabs the leg of Jay, hurls Jay into the ring steps. Stunner. Haluva. 1, 2, 3. Usos lose. Lusos. So Sammy and Kevin retain. There is no room on the island of relevancy for losers. The Usos have let the tribal chief down, and there's Solo watching on. Solo watches on. He looks sad. Everyone looks sad, apart from Sammy and Kevin. Well, there we go. That match sucked, says Paul. Roman is going to be peeved. Welcome to Raw, Usos. Do you remember when Charlotte Becky had that weird title change? Yeah. Any chance of a weird segment? I hope not. Not necessarily contentious like Charlotte Becky, just odd. I don't think there'll be a weird title exchange. I don't know how we'll do it. Hopefully we don't see it. Hopefully they just come out and they've just got the different belts. And then they just talk about carrying on their championship reign. Different belt, same reign. Different belt, same person. Different belt, same dominance. Something like that. Get in your thoughts. It took a whole hour to get that comment read. That was dedication, says Tim. Shout out to whoever was putting that comment in for an hour and did it in seemingly a non-spammy way. Extra kudos. 8 said LD cool. 10 said carry. 7 says Trini says blame Vince. 1 minute wrestler with a 10 out of 10. Do you think Asuka is not box office? Asuka's not on the list today. The only people that could be drafted today were the people on this list. So Asuka isn't eligible to be drafted until Monday. So the only people that we're looking at are going to be like Candice LeRae, Chelsea Green, Sonya Deville, Dexter Lumis, Dolph Ziggler, Hit Row, Lacey Evans, Maximum Male Models, Mustafa Ali, Natalia, Omos, Viking Raiders, maybe an NXT star, maybe. But yeah, I mean, look, does it suck for Candice LeRae to get drafted on, the Peacock show? Sure, but we haven't really started with her. We haven't really done a great deal with her. She's had a few injuries and whatever. Chelsea Green ain't been around that long. Sonya's been doing like a bit of an authority thing. Hit Row suck. Maximum Male Models are Maximum Male Models. Mustafa Ali just needs to go, doesn't he? He wants to go. He wants to go. He's wanted to go for a long time. He's given his best. He's given his all. But I think WWE probably are thinking that he is going to go as soon as his contract's up. They just don't give him anything to work with. I have no idea why they did not honor his request to be released. I can only imagine they just didn't want to give AEW anything. They just didn't want to give him anything. And poor Mustafa Ali just finds himself just in seemingly no creative plans whatsoever. There's reports of last-minute changes throughout the night, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Let's go. Let's go. Timothy said, I heard Vince's moustache is getting drafted. It should be drafted away from his face. Indy and Dexter reunion. Bailey and Michael Cole. This is what the draft is all about, says Watson. That's a good point, actually. I like the Bailey, Michael Cole stuff. I think we could have fun with that. Mustafa wanted to be released. Yeah, he did. It was a little while ago now. It's not like this week or anything. Days, AJ, Paul Heyman, and Good Brothers on the same brand. One happy family reunion. I wonder what they're having at the dinner table. Hashtag fire Vince, says Maggie. That is grafted. X Music, shout out to you. I hope you are well. 8 out of 10, says Jim. Roman replaced the Usos with Gorillas of Destiny. That would be, imagine if they did. Oh my God, that would be sick. Oh God. Imagine if he did. Oh my God. That would be so good, Jim. Imagine them feuding as well. Gorillas of Destiny and Usos. Oh God. I want to see it. I'm not going to see it, but I want to see it. Round 5 of the draft was cut, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Who faces Roman at Night of Champions? Don't know, to be honest. We don't quite don't know how the drafts are going to play out yet. Of the names that we've seen so far, it could be Edge. He's probably got a good chance. I think, did Bobby go over as well? Bobby could be in the mix. I mean, to be honest, some of these names just feel like stopgaps. They just sort of feel like names that Roman can get wins against and just his title reign can just continue, you know? I don't see Edge ending this title reign. If anything, Edge seemed to be making noises around last summer that he would be wrapping up this summer. So I can't see Edge ending Roman's title reign, historic title reign. Bobby? I don't know if anyone's clamoring for Bobby to end the title reign, to be honest. I don't know. AJ would be good. We've seen AJ Roman, though, haven't we? Haven't we seen AJ Roman? In my head, I feel like I've seen AJ Roman. But yes, we absolutely can do AJ Roman. Show was 3 World War II bunkers out of 10, said Brenton. 3 more speakeasies than Days has been in. That's true. Albafire, Isla Dawn drafted before Omos. If that ain't an indication that Vince isn't in charge, I don't know what. Said, well, that's a good point. If Vince was in charge, Omos would be the number 1 pick. Did KO get hurt? I didn't see him get hurt. I mean, he definitely was making some noise. He was talking whilst he was in there. The end of that match felt a little strange. So maybe there could have been a little niggle. Sikoa should turn on Roman just to give him someone new to fight. It was very early in Roman's tribal chief run. Thank you. Days, think about it. It would be a nice fairy tale ending if Edge was the one to end the title reign. Yeah, but the problem is that whoever beats Roman is going to be a made person, right? It's going to be a big deal for someone. And you're going to want to gloat about that and promote that for a long time to come. It's the same with whoever was going to beat Undertaker's streak. That's something that you can gloat about for a long time and you're going to want to promote it, basically. So It would be like someone beating Undertaker's streak and then a few months later retiring. And then you can't do anything with it, you know? You can't, like, it's just done. It's flat. It's gone. It happened. Move on. I'm much more into the idea of it being someone that's going to stick around. Hence why, on reflection, I don't mind Brock ending the streak because he did use it. He did gloat about it. He definitely benefited from it. And he's still around, you know, fast forwards 10 years later, he's still an active member on the roster. Now, granted, he's not a full-time member, but definitely gave him a boost. Because we keep having this conversation, but the reason why Undertaker's streak ending was so shocking was because people didn't expect Brock to win. And people forget that. People didn't expect Brock to win. People thought Brock was just going to be the next victim. So the Brock that went into that match compared to the Brock we had after that match, I would argue was different. I would argue that the Brock going in against Undertaker at WrestleMania 31, 32, whatever, people would have said Brock will win. But people weren't saying that at WrestleMania 30, hence why it was so shocking. So I do think that Brock did gain something from it. Definitely, you can make the argument that it could have been someone else, you know, but the conversation always comes back to who, and it's a conversation we've had a few times. I wasn't a fan of it at the time. I was confused by it, but because I always thought it'd be a young up-and-comer. But on reflection now, you know, 10 years down the road, Brock's still around, definitely gloated about it and used it. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been someone that's, you know, no longer, could have been Rusev, couldn't it? Could have gone with a young person like Rusev who might not have worked out and might now just be faffing around in AEW, not even getting on TV. Whereas at least we did give it to someone credible that did use it. So I would argue the same with this. I think it needs to be someone that's going to be sticking around. I think it needs to be someone credible, someone that you're really going to get behind. I don't think Edge is that person for me because I think he's credible, but I think he fails on the sticking around. I think he fails on the someone you're going to get behind because I don't think he's staying around very long. I don't think he's sticking around long enough to get behind him. So you can't really gloat about it or use it or promote it because it'll be seemingly gone within a few months. It depends, doesn't it? I mean, if he is changing his mind and he's going to look to stick around for a few more years, maybe, but he wouldn't even be in the top 10 of people that I would look to end this title reign. For that reason, basically. For the reason of I don't think he's going to be around for much longer. Rusev was terrible. I have no idea why people liked him. They must have been into Lana, said Tim. Cody's new shirt said, I lost to Roman and all I got was this lousy consolation title. Could have been Lars that beat Taker, said Jay. Exactly. That could have been way worse. Could have been Lars Sullivan. Do you think there's a chance Bray will be drafted on Monday? I think there's a chance. Do I think it's going to happen? I'm going to say no. Don't think Alexa will be drafted, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. I know Roman, Edge, and AJ 2022 at Elimination Chamber, says James. Do you mind giving me your big name picks from night 2 that you'd put on Raw for star power? Yeah. It's going to be the obvious names. I mean, if we're talking star power, we've got to talk about the stars, haven't we? So the list I've got in front of me, star power. You could look at Brock, but obviously he's not around very long. You could look at Charlotte Flair, but it's maybe debatable as to how much star power you get in there. You could look at Kevin Owens and Sammy. You could look at Rhea Ripley. I mean, Rhea Ripley's got to go to Monday. Ronda Rousey. She does have name value, right? She might not be massively popular amongst like WWE fans, internet wrestling community, but Ronda Rousey is definitely a star. Seth Rollins, I would say that's a no-brainer. New Day might be a bit of a no-brainer as well. Usos might be going over. They've just main evented WrestleMania. I mean, you're not gonna find anyone that's gonna counter Roman other than Cody, and Cody's already been drafted to Raw. So, you know, there isn't a Roman. The closest we've got is Cody, Seth, Sammy, Kevin, and maybe all of those could find their way to Raw. So, but there isn't. We don't have a Roman at the moment. We haven't built anyone up as big as Roman. Roman is, you know, out on his own, isn't he, at the moment? But there's lots of potential for people that are coming through. But yeah, I think we could definitely see Sammy, Kevin, Seth. We've already got Cody on Raw as well. I think Theory will go to SmackDown. Lesnar, as you said, he's in the draft. He might get drafted to Raw. Rhea Ripley surely will get drafted to Raw because of Bianca being drafted to SmackDown. I think that's probably all the big names. You've got Judgment Day, but I don't know how big they would be. Charlotte Flair. Yeah, I think those are probably the big names. But WWE needs someone like Roman on Raw so that they can make the heavyweight title an elite title, just like Roman made the Universal title the primary one. Han said Roman didn't face AJ in a match in the Tribal Chief era. That's interesting. I seem to remember him facing him. But if you're telling me it didn't happen, that's interesting. Steve said Grayson Waller to beat Roman. Zion Quinn to get the new title. Rhea and Indy to hold the women's titles. Australia dominating. Watson said Michael Cole is sitting backstage praying that Hit Row get drafted to Raw. P. Goddard said Trinity Fatu to Impact what signing for them. Last time Roman AJ was Extreme Rules in 2016. That's interesting. That's interesting then. Maybe AJ could be the one. I mean, AJ is someone that needs that push again, that boost again. So maybe he could be the one to do it. Maggie said, I was convinced AJ faced early on in his Tribal Chief run. Yeah, I was. AJ's not a name that we've really been talking about because he's been in the background. So, I don't know. Could he be the one? I mean, out of the options, I would say is the one that I'm definitely more excited by. I'd be more excited by AJ beating Roman than Edge beating Roman or Bobby Lashley beating Roman. I'd be a lot more excited about AJ doing it. I still think it's Cody, though. I mean, people have said Cody winning Money in the Bank, Cody winning Royal Rumble could be a way of getting him to challenge Roman still. I can't believe Triple H would make the mistake of having Cody win a world title that just has come out of nowhere and doesn't mean anything. I mean, Triple H is all about wrestling history, and he gets it. He gets it. Do you know, on his wall in his office is like Ric Flair's NWA title. I believe Triple H also in his office has got one of the belts from each of the eras. So like he's got the first WWE belt. He's got the Bruno belt. He's got Big Gold. He's got Big Green. He's got the Hogan 86. He's got the Hogan 85. He's got all of the championships on his wall. And like that says, I mean, it's a cool looking piece, but also that says to me that, you know, he's all about history, where we've been. Like Vince ain't got that on his wall. Vince doesn't care about that stuff. Vince is always looking to tomorrow. Vince has got dinosaur bones on his wall, right? He ain't worried about like where we've been. He's all about where we're going. But in Triple H's office, he's got a NWA belt that was given to him by Ric Flair. He went and got all the old belts. He grew up watching wrestling. He has got a deep appreciation for the history of wrestling. I can't believe that he would put a belt on Cody that doesn't mean anything and think that that's good and that's the right thing to do, and that's going to, maybe part of the truth is that the average fan just doesn't care. Maybe that's part of the truth. Maybe if you are a hardcore fan who knows Cody's story, knows how this business works, and kind of understands that, this new title doesn't mean anything. Because they're making out it's the new world, who's going to be the new world heavyweight champion, all this kind of stuff. Been down this road so many times. How many times have we introduced belts out of nowhere, right? So we've been down this road so many times. It takes a while to make them feel prestigious. But more than that, it just doesn't mean anything. And like for Cody to finish his story in this way, just flat, man. Really flat. Really, really flat. And I just can't believe that Triple H would think that's a good idea. So I am very confused by that. But, has he got a plan? Is it going to be a case that Cody is going to challenge Seth for this belt, but Seth wins and Seth gets that title? Cody still doesn't get a world title and then wins Money in the Bank and challenges Roman. Maybe now the Usos aren't involved. If Usos go to Raw and it's just Roman and Solo, then maybe all you got to do is deal with Solo and, this is maybe your best opportunity to get at Roman now. So Cody winning Money in the Bank could definitely be a way forwards. Cody winning the Rumble could be a way forward. So, don't know. Am I confused by it a bit? Yep. Am I worried by it? A little bit, yeah. Because I'm a bit worried WWE are going to try and sell me a story that I'm just not going to buy, to be honest. If you're going to give Cody this new title and expect me to celebrate the same as if he'd have won the real one at WrestleMania, think again. It just ain't going to hit the same. I don't think it's going to hit the same for many people. But for some people it will, because for some people new to wrestling don't really, think about things in that same way, So, I don't know, perhaps I'm thinking of it in a bit more of a hardcore fan mentality and maybe in a bit more of a casual fan mentality. Maybe it just doesn't matter. It's very interesting. Definitely things tonight go in a way that I personally wouldn't have gone, which, as I said, does make it not predictable, but it does also make it a bit concerning, but also provides us lots of talking points and things to get our teeth into. So, but listen, we've got to finish the story, and we will do that on Monday with a big Raw. That Raw is going to be a big, big Raw. So we will check that out, see where the final pieces go. Obviously, we've got to find out where the other people have gone tonight. That news will come out later, but it's pretty low down, as we said. So yeah, we're back tomorrow with UFC. I'm going to go off and do my 1 minute breakdown of tonight's show. Easy. Oh yeah, my 4 pages of notes. That'll be super easy. So I'm going to go off and do that. Appreciate the support, guys. Appreciate everyone that joined us tonight. I really hope you got something from this. I know there was a lot of talk of concerns and questions and why are they doing this and all that kind of stuff. I think if you do join our watch-alongs, you're going to get a very honest reaction. I think that there are reasons to be concerned, if you will, but it is exciting, and sometimes we can lose fact to that. It is exciting. AJ Styles is back. That is exciting, right? There's a new world title, which, look, they did a great job with the Universal belt. They did make the Universal feel big and worth something, and that came from nowhere. That was poof. oh, look what we've got now. So they can do it. So this new world heavyweight title, I'm sure they'll do a great job with it and make it feel big, make it feel important. I've no doubt about that. So, you know, we're starting to find out who can challenge for it as well now. So there's plenty of reasons to be like, oh, I'm not sure about this, or I'm not sure about that. But equally, plenty of reasons to be excited. And I'm really pleased for Indy Hartwell as well, bringing her up, hopefully putting her with Candice. That would be great. Looking forward to that. AJ Styles being back, that's great. Bailey and Damage Control being on Fridays. I really like that for some reason. I think as it was pointed out, you know, having Bailey and Michael Cole back together again, that could be a lot of fun. So yeah, we'll wait and see what happens Monday. Then we'll obviously have a good picture as to how things stand. So awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us. Thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts before run away. I'm just going to read this from Dalwin. Dalwin says, and Dalwin, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, dude. Dalwin says, do you remember Triple H trade mention? I'm glad AJ is back tonight. So now we know he could potentially face Roman and Bobby, and Edge again is cool. I didn't catch a trade mention at the start of the show. He might have mentioned it. He went through the rules. I wasn't really listening. I was a bit bored. So he might have mentioned a trade thing. Maybe that's a way out of it. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's going to be a case that we do switch Cody with someone, and we do that Monday. And, you know, that's a way forward as well. So, yeah, we've only seen half the story so far. We've only seen half the story. So let's wait and see. So, Dalwin, excellent point. Appreciate the support. And, guys, I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.